Hey, hey, hey. What's happening, YouTube? Let's see. Hey, welcome in, welcome in. Feel free to say hi, or you can stick in the bushes and make sure you guys can hear me good. Ooh, probably too good. What do y'all think about the little V me? I just thought I would try this out. Hey, Lucky. Hey, Mama Shell. How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Y'all can hear me good? Thank you so much for being here, Lucky. In case y'all don't know, Lucky is my true BFF out here on the streets and a amazing mod. Lucky, lucky to have Lucky, huh? Let's see here. I am just going to put YouTube on my other phone here. So, for some reason, I don't have it on there, which is weird. But that way I can keep an eye on chat from YouTube as well. Because I am in Prism Live Studio, which is like a StreamYard, Streamlabs kind of thing. Good morning, Elizabeth. How you doing? Oh, shucks. Good morning, good morning. Come in. We will get started here shortly. You may see me mess around with some features, with the layout, things like that. But the most important thing to me was that we had chat on screen. So hopefully it looks as cool as as it looks on my back end here. And I'll find out here in a moment. Enable. Bless. Of course, this is being challenging. Welcome in, guys. Oh my goodness, we got 8 people here at 7 in the morning. Oh, thank you, Lucky. It looks cool. What's up, Elizabeth? How you doing? You doing all right this morning? I still don't have much of a voice, okay? So that's why I sound weird. I don't know. I came down with something this week and it instantly tightened up my chest, but it's clearing up. It's getting there. Let's see if I can get the YouTubes a working. See what, oh, there it is. There it is. Welcome in, guys. Good to see you. We'll get started here shortly. Just want to get some people in, and then we're going to see what we're going to talk about. I do have a little theory after kind of decompressing last night. Let me go ahead and turn this on. Oh, listen to myself. All right. Cool. Awesome. Hey, what's up, Bulldog? Good to see you. No voice and no legs. Well, unfortunately, Elizabeth, my ankles and my whole ass legs have been doxxed out here on these streets. So I'm gonna blame UA Crimson Tide, Charming Jenna, Odin Girl, all had like a triangular enterprise um, to get those out there. But you know, the world really can't handle it. So I don't know what they were thinking. Hey, Kathy, what's up, girl? Good morning. She says, "Good morning, everyone. I'm in bed and might fall back asleep." Girl, you do you. Do it, lady. You know what? You could fall asleep while I'm streaming. That's okay. No one will know. Lucky out here being a superstar. Oh, I see. It looks just like mine does, except for with the you also have the YouTube chat below. That's cool, cool. Awesome. I'm gonna say hi to you guys. Hey. I love how, like, our favorite creators out here do this seamlessly. Oh, look. Hey, SaneOutlaw. Hey. What's happening? Oh, shit. Shoot. I just clicked on something. Oh, my God. Don't scroll up, guys. That's all I gotta say. Don't do that by accident. You get some wackadoodles out here. Let's see. I really didn't want to put anything else on my Wi-Fi, but I like to, I don't know. I'm just so used to the YouTube chat, you know? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I was just curious if this played my intro at all. I was wondering. Let me see. Let me see here. Oh yeah, I do want to do that. I'm just playing around, guys. Give me one sec. I think I can move me. I can move me. I showed my son, my one son this, and I had to explain to him because he was like, Mom, that looks nothing like you. And I was like, thanks, son. Like, I know. You know what I mean? But I was like, all right. So with all the avatars, this was the closest to an adult. And this is closest to my style, let's say. And he was like, he looked at the clothes and everything, and he was like, and the colored hair, and he was like, all right, I can get with that. I can get with that. But you look 16. And I was like, no. You silly, silly. Welcome in, guys. Good to see you. Good to see you. And if the audio is not good, I'm pretty sure I can adjust it. Pretty sure. Let's see. What are these different? Oh, yeah. Here we are. Can I play that? Let's see. Let's see if this will take me out.
Like me. This world spins fast and time ain't free. We're all just sparks in the midnight sky, fading out slow, saying goodbye. So pour that whiskey, let it burn fine. Laugh at the scars that prove I'm alive. We're all just living on borrowed time. Had some lovers, lost some friends. Some stories start, some just end. Every tear I shed done wash me clean of all them fake folks and broken dreams. Now don't beg, I don't chase, don't need no crown, I got my grace. Life's too short to wear a mask, so I'll say my piece and sip my flask. Cause I don't give a damn who don't like me.
And there we go, guys. I'm bring my volume back down so I don't blast you out, huh? Let's see. Look what I found, guys. Let me see if I can do this. All right, let me get my intro off here. Look at this, what I found. Look at this. Give me one sec, guys. I just want to check my volume. It's not bad. I can maybe turn it up a little bit. Is that good in case I back away? If it's too loud, just let me know, guys. So the butter just kills me, right? I've been out here slaying it on X for a long time before coming over to YouTube. Okay. Look at this. Who wore, this is from BJ's mod or old mod and Froggy's mod, right? GG. Who wore the mad face better? So we got Clue, Saoirse Talks looks like, and maybe, I don't know, Chris Profit, I'm gonna guess, by that mouth. I could be wrong. And then Buttercup's down here. And the winner is, shouldn't laugh. I shouldn't laugh. Oh, shoot, not that. I shouldn't laugh. That's funny. Hold on, guys. Now I'm stuck. I laughed so hard I'm stuck. All right. Let me get out of this thing. There we go. Figured it out. Hey, good morning, Petra Sage. How you doing? Good to see you. You like that, Kathy? Right, Lucky? Lucky says, I wouldn't mess with Clue, but Peach's face is not impressive. But hers is like a kid. You know what I mean? It's like one you would give back just so they could see their face. You know what I mean? I do that stuff all the time. I'm like, yeah, that's literally what you look like. How wild. You know what I mean? The other ones, I just wouldn't mess with. You know what I'm saying? Isn't that crazy? I know, I know. So I am just waiting on, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I'm waiting on a delivery, all right? And I need a little bit of caffeine. So you're gonna walk with me a second here. And I'm just gonna keep an eye out. Oh, it's right here. Guys, I'm so excited. It's here already. Oh yeah. Now, now. This is gonna be good for me, but not as much for you, huh? I'll be like turkey like. So yeah, I was gonna go live last night, right? I had it all scheduled for like days ago, and I had planned that, well aware that I may not feel great, right? But I was like, let me, it's 2 days, let me give 2 days. But of course, I only stayed home from work from one day, so I really didn't get to rest my voice at all. Sorry, guys, that's ice. I got this like drink. It's like coffee, I don't know, sugar-free coffee thing with some added vitamin C and caffeine. Oh, I got a straw. I got a straw. They stopped using straws. It's plastic. Shut up. If I could show you right now, I would show you. Your voice is the same right now, Patrick. I'm telling you, I love a good delivery too. I wasn't going to. I was trying to get out to the store because I usually do like a morning walk on the weekends. I was trying to get out to the store before this, but I said, you know what? Let me not be a total beach and, let me be on time since I did reschedule it. But yeah, I said I kind of like the morning anyway. I get up anyway, so doing anything in the evening is kind of risky because I'm just exhausted, and it's different than hanging out in a chat and being a chatter rather than coming on and talking, and you know, I'd be tired. I don't know what I'm gonna say. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I stay out of trouble. I don't know about you guys, but I don't know about other people out here, but if I'm concerned with myself, I put myself in lockdown. Right? Hello to all those that have come in or just sitting in the bushes. I appreciate you. You don't have to chat. You're more than welcome to. Everybody is welcome. I'm not real fond of censorship. The only thing that I would mod or my mods would mod for, because they are experienced mods out here on the streets that I've stolen, the only thing would be to comply with TOS because, if you're going to use YouTube, you should probably follow those rules. But other than that, you know what I mean? I'm not real big on censorship. Like if you have an opinion about something, as long as you're clear, it's clear it's an opinion, it is what it is. Like literally, there's not much that can ever shock me, frankly. Lucky. You are too sweet. I just like making people laugh, you know what I mean? And as long as it's not risking the creator, I say things a lot more outlandish in chats, right, than I do on my channel. Not really, not really. I'll say it right here. But sometimes, just like Beej doesn't seem to understand, she likes to call this fakeness or whatever. Like with Duchess, for example, she says she comes on, she's prim and proper doing something, and then, she'll come on and be bitch this or whatever. And I'm like, isn't everybody like that? Doesn't everybody have a more professional facade to them, or shouldn't they? Or if like you're in front of kids, you're one way. You know, if you're in front of your boss or whatever, if you're in front of a certain audience, right? Like, I don't get how you don't get that. It's kind of weird to me. I don't know. Just me. I don't think it has anything to do with accent or anything, but when you do kind of button up your language a little bit, you are going to button up your accent, I suppose. You do show the outlandishments of the green side, but love indeed for the dark side. Aw. You know what? You're right, Lucky. Sometimes, a lot of people, because I was really started out on X, I would say, with this community. I mean, I've been out and about forever, right? Way back to the Watts case. But in terms of actually posting, myself, it was really more on X. I just found it easier and quicker. I was so busy, and it was a great way to stay updated. And then I could just kind of watch. And I would be in chats and stuff, but in terms of actually creating anything, I very slowly did it on YouTube, and I did it more as like parodies, right? Which I will always go back to do. But anyway, going back to what I was saying about, I don't know, like if you're a certain way all day, when you're around adults or you're around people you're comfortable with, you want to be more yourself. And that's just the way it is. I think a lot of people who aren't even out here in their real name or, their real information are more real than Miss Brittany Jackson, right? Who is out here in her real name, her real life in a way, but everything else is just seems so fake. I'm Hacking Media. What's up? Hey, I was right there with you. Yawn. Got my little coffee. You get to hear some ASMR drinking and tea sucking. Fabulous. What award? What is this that I have not learned about? Oh no. Oh, right, your hype award. That's right. Oh my goodness. Hold on, give me a second. Before we even go any further, let me go ahead. Hold music. Hold, please. Hold on. Hold on. Hold. Hold on, guys. Guys, hold on. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Give me a minute. Guys, you gotta give me a minute. Guys, I got kids. You gotta give me a minute. Just kidding. It has nothing to do with my kids. I was mocking somebody. All right, give me one sec. I'm so slow with all this. So slow. There we go. If you have not already, please go and show Mocking Media some love. Mocking Media ranked, what was it, fourth? Was something crazy like that? Fourth in the Hype Week Awards on YouTube? Whatever it was very major. It was very major. Because, like, I don't know if y'all see that the hype rankings on YouTube, like, you can go to it on your YouTube settings or whatever area. I'm sure you'll see it somewhere. You can click on it. And I mean, the views on those. So that just shows how dedicated this community is, you know. But mocking media is well deserved. Well deserved. Don't believe the hype. Oh yeah, I'll believe Burning Bush number 16, whichever one we're on now, sir. hmm The Reverend Lee Jonathan brings us the light, love and light. Everything from the dark comes to the light, and reminds us all how we should really be. Only on mobile, huh? Oh, bees. Oh, so it's only on mobile is the hype. That's so cool. It is so good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Hang out, chill out. If I had a coffee, I'd give you one. Next one is on hold. Two little filler vids coming. Oh, I'll take it. I'll take it. Even shorts, man. It's good, you know, lack of better words, foreplay, right? You know what I mean. But yeah, so what do y'all think about what's going on with these streets? Do y'all want to talk about it? Do you want to ignore it? That was my first question. If you do want to talk about it, I have a theory. I know the area is probably pretty saturated by now. Welcome in. If y'all are just coming in, please tap that little like button. It helps get us in the algorithm, so we can be seen. Not like I delete my videos or anything. Yes, I am mocking a Southern accent. If you are Southern, please don't be offended. I actually stand directly on the Mason-Dixon line, so I can swing up or I can swing down. Yep, I hear you. I was thinking about doing that too while I was live, but then I was like, while I think I can multitask, or I say I'm multitasking, am I doing it well? And then also, I'm like a rhino. Sometimes I'm like a straight ninja, you don't even know I'm there. Other times I'm a rhino, and it sounds like I'm crashing into everything as I'm doing dishes. I don't know. Not Southern. That's all I need to know. No, you're like, I guess you would be considered North, huh? And my family is from both. One side is from North, one side's from South. It's kind of funny. Actually, one side of my family's from North Carolina. Raleigh. So, yeah. You guys want to hear a quick story if you want, while you think about if you want to talk about the trash on these streets. So I said this in Clues chat. um, I have a cousin apparently in North Carolina that I didn't know about until a couple years ago. And he reached out to me via Facebook, which I like never use. But he reached out to me and he had the same last name. So I was like, and spelled the same way. And I was like, we're most likely related. And I saw where he lived. But, I said, let me see what he has to say. And then he messaged me. And I'm like, okay. And then through questions, I verified it. I didn't need to do anything else. You know what I mean? And I was like, yep, we are absolutely cousins. And I don't know, like, I guess he knew my grandparents and had been there as a kid, but I don't remember. Um, I wasn't super close with them, I would say, but besides giving too much personal information, but not like I was just a kid, so it wasn't anything. But my dad, wasn't everything. But my mom, let's just say, my mom wasn't real fond of that side of the family. So, excuse me. You might hear a lot of froggy sounds coming out of me today, and I do apologize. I have a ton of mucus, and I believe in getting the mucus out. I don't believe in constantly sniffling and keeping it inside my face. I think the way you get better is by getting all that out. So, but if you hear all that, I apologize. I'll try not to do it, too loud. But, anyways, you're going to go to the kitchen, Lucky? I think everyone will behave, and it's okay if they don't. But yeah, so anyway, he reached out to me and, we started like catching up. And, he was like, oh, and asked about, my kids and all that. And he was like, oh my gosh, I would love. And I said, yeah, I'm sure they would love to know that they have family. And he and I are like the same age, basically. He's like a few years younger. And I was like, that would be like super cool. But then, like, after we got to, just catch up a little bit, it wasn't long. I started to get some weird text messages, like, and it was a lot. And it was like, I'd wake up to them. And I'm like, that's a little strange. But then it was what he would be saying. And he would be like, started to be like, hey, beautiful cousin, good morning. And I'm like, okay, all right. Maybe he's proud that he has a good looking cousin or something. I don't know. And it just continued, and then it was more and more, and it was like more of those terms, and then it almost was like then it became, I remember he used the word sexy at one point, and then it was it was the weirdest thing the way he positioned it. He was like, wouldn't that be weird if we were out to dinner and people thought we were married because we had the same last name? And I was like, nah, bro. Nah. Nah, that doesn't work for me. And so I started to stop talking to him. And he kept messaging me like a dude when you stop talking to him. And I was like, this shit's weird. And I was like, dude, my cousin was straight hitting on me. And he didn't think anything of it, even when I was clearly weirded out. And I was like, oh my God. All I have to say is I'm glad my dad's not here anymore. And that's the only time I will say that. I am just glad he's not here anymore because he would have been in jail. I wouldn't have been able to tell him. There's no way. I would have been mortified. There's no way. His family. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I will have to say my dad didn't associate with that side of the family. So, but that's all I know about it, and that's all I have to say. So, I don't know what goes on in North Carolina. If you're from there, please don't be offended. But yeah, yeah, that's really happened. And I actually have receipts. I saved screenshots. Yep, I sure did. I showed people at work, but I didn't put them online because clearly I would dox myself. But I might have put them in Discord actually. Now I think about it, I might have like blanked out stuff, but I remember just stripping out over that. I was like, you can't make it up. You just really can't. So I'm just saying. You know what I mean? I am just saying. Look at this cool stuff I got. Look at this. Look at this, guys. We are getting all kinds of, can I make this in? Whoosh. All kinds of fancy pantsy. Look at that. Too low. Now I know how people adjust stuff while they're live. Do you guys like the chat bubble on the screen? Like I know you have it below and it's kind of redundant, but do you like having that up there? I mean, I'm not, you know, I guess like it's kind of like pinned messages, right? Like pinned chat. I wouldn't know how to do it otherwise, pin stuff. So I was like, this is a cool way of doing it. At least, like, especially if you have a hard time seeing. I know we do have quite a few subscribers out here that use all caps. So, right, if I were to show a video, no. Yeah, yeah, you're right about that. I think I have to, let me see. Just interested. Oh, interesting. Okay. All right, give me a minute, guys. I can actually add stuff back here without. I thought you would see it, but I'm not screencasting it, so you wouldn't. That's cool. I love it. I can kind of show you guys things this way as long as I have it on my phone from my studio. But it looks like unless I do the plus version, I can only have two widgets. So I would take that down so I can put this up. You guys want to see my little. This was a short I put up, but this was the original.
Cousins first, best friends forevermore.
This was just the AI animator. Let's see it again.
Cousins first, best friends forevermore.
You know, I thought it was cute. And then there's this. Look at this. So, Brenda Sue commented this morning, just this morning, right? Hold on. I'm gonna add something else. Give me a sec. This is, oh my God. I could just thank you guys for hanging out and being patient while I play around because I could totally just play around with this all day. This is fun. Okay. So this is a remix I did of a Hartley short, which is like forever ago, right? You could tell. This is just a screenshot. Okay. But the reason it's from me is because I remixed it. And I was just kind of reviewing it and laughing at it and paying homage to Hartley. And Brenda Sue just this morning. Okay, so this was 8 minutes before I went live, basically. You can see. Because it was like, that's literally when I screenshot it. Brenda Sue on this ass short of mine, old ass short of mine. Like she had to been like going through my stuff, you know what I mean? Because like if you were to like, unless this pops up on her feed, right? Which it could have absolutely done that. Um, but other than that, she would have had to been like, this is like down in the bottom of my shorts, unless it came up highlighted or something. But look, 8 minutes ago, Brenda Sue, you're just showing your ignorance. What do you mean, Brenda Sue? Like for real? Why don't you come in here and tell me? You're always commenting. Like, what do you actually mean? What do you mean I'm just showing my ignorance? Huh? What's that mean? And she's commented on that one before. That's the hilarious thing, is I have screenshots of her commenting on that stuff before. Like, I don't even get it. And she deleted them. That's the great part. She's commented on that one before and deleted it. What do you mean I'm just showing my ignorance? Because I was laughing at it. It's hilarious. Look at TikTok Tony up there. Look at Hong eating the donut. Look at Snoozy Poon down there. Hold on, let me bring it back up. Look at this. How's that not hilarious? Look at that animation. Or AI, whatever it is. Partly is like brilliant. What do you mean? What do you mean just showing my ignorance? Do you know what that word means, ma'am? I don't know if she does, actually, frankly. There we go. We're back. We're back. Welcome in, guys. If you're just coming in, good to see you. We're just kind of chit-chatting. I'm all over the place. You know, it's morning. I have a lot of caffeine right now. And neurodivergence at its best. So I didn't really hear back on if you guys want to kind of talk about what's going on in these streets, but if you do, you know, I don't want to really talk about creators, frankly. I just don't. I think it's thank you, Lucky. This is why Lucky's a BFF. The BFF. The BFF. Um, well, all right. So this is what kind of came about last night, what I was formulating, okay? So if y'all remember, and if you don't, that's fine. But so this goes back to Granny and Beej's beef, okay? My whole thing is that I think it all started, I think it all began, or the issue began, and the RICO came about, and why she was going to file something before that wasn't due to, in my opinion, cyber harassment, stalking, none of those things. I think it was due to straight competition. I think she, in her head, feels like she should be the one covering the case, right? And she's already got to compete with Betty, Smiley, who else was out there? I don't know, Lolly, you know, those people that were out there at the time. She had to already compete with those, right? And she already, you know, those were aligned with the father during on the case, and that's who, you know. So I don't know, you know, I don't know what connection beyond that. Okay, maybe it goes back further. All I got to say is that Brittany Jackson did on February 27th, 2024, on a live that and Nonsense has this Nonsense on the web. On a live February 27th, 2024, Brittany Jackson did say she was going through with hiring, she has an attorney, and she is going through with filing for cyber harassment, stalking, defamation type things. Okay. Like restraining orders, like all the things mentioned. February 27th, 2024, right? I've said this before. Y'all know that is the day after Sebastian Rogers, missing teen from Hendersonville, Tennessee, 16 years old now, who is still missing. It's the day after he went missing. He was reported missing on February 26th, 2024, correct? So The day after Brittany comes out and says she's going to file all this stuff, that's suspicious. And then on top of that, okay, she doesn't file until September of 2024 with 9 other plaintiffs in Delco County, Pennsylvania, and accused Granny's Watching and Barbecue Lady of criminal RICO and racketeering. Thank you, Lucky. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Lucky is dropping information about Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Thank you very much. Please share that information around if you like. You can always look him up on the FBI website under missing persons, and he's right there. You can get his flyer, you can print it out, you can post it up, you can send the digital, you can save it as a PDF and share the digital version. They always will put the most current one on that site. You can also go to TBI's website under missing, and you will find his flyer there as well. Either one would be a great one to share out. So she doesn't file until then, right? When it's free. Okay, with attorney Joseph Lesniak. Now, backtrack a little bit. Before Granny and Barbecue Lady were chosen as the defendants, Nick the Hat from At Night, Creative Intelligence, which is what they're called now, and Nick Hatsafatsu, he started putting out, traveled from X to YouTube. He started putting out some shorts, right? If you haven't figured it out, guys, all my walking shorts are inspired by Nick. You have not seen his YouTube shorts or videos. Even I think maybe they were lives at the time. Um, he's portraying like he's out in the woods searching while he's like talking, and he's really just like walking around out like in his yard or whatever, or like at the park. And he's like, he'll run into a tree or like him and Hong are walking, like whatever it is, right? So literally, that's what it is. So I talk the way I do when I do that. Um, in my old ones, I wore hood and sunglasses. I even have put tape over my mouth. I think it's hilarious. A lot of people don't want to mess with it. I think they're hilarious. But anyway, yeah, absolutely. Will do. Hey, Lucy, good to see you. You're new to this corner of true crime? Very cool. But you are from true crime, I would say, just kind of like this little sector, like crime, true crime, which I kind of fell into. I'm from true crime as well. I actually never focused on the drama. I would really only look for information about the case. Now, that doesn't mean you don't go into things outside of the facts of the case, right? But it doesn't necessarily have to be drama. So cool. Well, welcome. We are glad to have you then. We would love to have more critical thinkers out here. Absolutely. So I'm gonna try to keep my ADHD at bay here. I'm gonna grab something in 1 second that's gonna help. But so all right. So what they did was with the Rico, and I actually would love to do a live on just going over that. I know it's been done before. I know Breaking Chains has done it Amazing Justice, Nonsense has done it, Amazing Justice, and Burnt Toast has done it, Amazing Justice. But I would like to just come on and talk about it, right? I can add some of my screenshots, which I could do now if you guys wanted to kind of wait, not right now because I'm in the middle of a story and I would never get back to it. But like kind of after I'm done this, I could like put on, some my little thing or whatever. You guys wanted to hang out or go get coffee, take bathroom breaks, whatever. I could look up some screenshots but I would actually like to do a whole live going over the court documents. But anyway, so Brittany Jackson gets up with Nick the Hat, Hong, Z, Tony Mathis, Seth Rogers, Bullhorn Betty, K9 Julia, uh, Christine O'Donnell, who is Jason Wine, I believe. There's one other one who's an at night employee, so it's like at night is the one plaintiff. Am I forgetting somebody? Who am I forgetting? Anyway, whatever. Yeah, the green team. List of plaintiffs. So they gather together and they put together this document that they are claiming was a RICO injunction. Well, spoiler alert, it was not. That's what we call it, and that's what they did accuse them of. But they're idiots, right? And you are absolutely right, Lucid. They cannot file for RICO. They attempted to file a criminal injunction in a civil court in Delco County, PA, civil court. They tried to file a criminal injunction. So, dumb move number one, right? And then each plaintiff had declarations. Actually, I believe there were two that didn't have anything. Dog the Bounty Hunter, I believe, and there was one other one that had nothing. No claims of really anything. They were just thrown in there. That's it. Dog the Bounty Hunter was one of the other ones. So obviously, you can't, right? Their claims, though, on all their declarations were more based around, even though they do mention criminal activity and they have criminal accusations, they're based more around like defamation, stuff like that. But they did not file a defamation suit. So, dumb move number two, right? So it was just all around dumb. And then they missed all their deadlines to fix it. I mean, that honestly, the whole thing was just trash. Well, the reason being is that it wasn't intended to actually be real, right? The plan was to read this on TMZ, but it got leaked too early and it got leaked onto YouTube. So, and then it became real. And then it became on the docket. And then it got responded to. Okay. So going back to Nick the Hat, and I'll check comments in a second to make sure that made sense and make sure I answered your question. But going back to Nick the Hat, he actually talked a lot about Cluminati. Okay. He did talk about Queen Bee too. In my opinion, those were the original targets. Okay. They were the original targets by At Night. When they got together with Seth Rogers, when they got together on this case with the other plaintiffs, okay, they had to file in Pennsylvania, okay, because Nick and Hong can't leave the state apparently. I know Nick can't. That's all I know. Okay, he's restricted because he's not on probation. He is on parole, folks. He is on parole. He's a very recent criminal, and that's not defamation. It's facts. It's the facts, ma'am. Okay. So, be that as it may, they had to have defendants in Pennsylvania. Neither Clue nor Queen Bee live in Pennsylvania. Okay. Their plan was to be successful in Pennsylvania. Okay. And then imagine what that would establish. Even if they weren't successful, even if by public opinion, right? Even if it wasn't I don't think they anticipated the publicity from the other side. I just don't think they planned for it. I really don't. I think they thought they were going to be able to control the narrative. I think they built up their social media, and think they thought they built it up enough that they would be able to grab hold of it. And I think with having the father of the missing child to use, in my opinion, and he allowed it, in my opinion, as the emotional tie that it would garner that public opinion. Okay. Perhaps even to draw enough probable cause against Chris and Katie Proudfoot, the mother and stepfather of missing Sebastian Rogers. Now, just so y'all know, Sebastian Rogers did vanish without a trace. There's absolutely no evidence to indicate if he ran away, if he was taken, or in any way how any of that may have happened, if any of that happened, right? So there's no accusation one way or the other from law enforcement towards either parent. So it is what it is, right? But clearly, to me, that was the goal. Tony Mathis was on TikTok in May of 2024, probably was on in April, but when I caught stuff, it was in May. I caught some TikToks that were saved by a Green Team member and got mad at Green Team and happened to post them on a group in Facebook in I want to say it was around June of 2024, and then they were quickly deleted, and I happened to snag them. And in those TikToks, it was when Tony came onto the scene and he was being introduced, and he grouped up with the 2 a.m. TikTok girls, and one of them is one of the plaintiffs. And they were talking about the case, and they were introducing Seth, and the the main conversations about all that, and to me the main goal was, what can they do to get Chris and Katie arrested? Like, what do they need? And Tony's like, well, we need probable cause. So I think in their minds that's what it was. But anyway, I think their original targets were Clue and Queen Bee. So I think they had to do this in Pennsylvania first, and then their plan was to spread out and do it in other states if they were successful. Okay. And then they were going to use other people probably in those other places. They were going to utilize that by the time they would have to show up in court years later, right? In their heads, years later, because their game is to prolong everything, right? As we can see, look at all these delays, and they've been able to do it. Look at the appeal, okay? So trying to keep straight here. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. And I would love to be able to do it and have receipts. Like, that's what drives me crazy because I have a great memory, right? But you guys have to just take my word for it, unless you remember as well. So I want to do another live where I'm actually showing it with the documents and everything. But so they didn't get to Clue and Queen, right? They just didn't get to them. I think we intercepted. I think we intervened. I think this whole community did. And I don't think they anticipated that. I think they tried to stop many of us, right? I being one of them. Jane Doe number 15, right? So, in that, my thing is Granny. Well, Barbecue Lady became a target because of Tony. Okay. Granny was added because of BJ. Granny also was creating competition for the case, not just for BJ, but probably for Bullhorn Betty, which added some convincing. She also was not the biggest Seth fan. Perfect, right? um, so the claim was, and it was all used on the backup Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. The claim was that Granny was defaming Seth Rogers. But yet you didn't file for defamation. Weird. And yet you're not in any kind of way able to file a criminal injunction. Weird. Super weird, right? So I think all this, and if you go back and you listen to Brittany, okay, and you listen to back then when she talks about Granny, she's mad about when she went live, the times, how many people were in there, money she would make, all the things. I think it is frankly that simple. I think that Granny wouldn't mess with her and was like, look, I don't want to have anything to do with you. I'm not going to engage in the drama. And she was gaining audience in true crime. I think that's all that it was. And I think she kissed some ass at the time, like Jay for Justice, right? Using her content. I remember then she did. She was totally fine with Jay. So now my theory is, okay, now again, I'm not going to talk much about creators, and I'm going to kind of leave it here after this trail. I mean, we can all talk about it, but Jay is for Justice began taking Granny under her wing, right? Right? Right about that time. Right about that time. Started taking her under her wing. That angered BJ, right? Yeah, right. Angered. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to welcome everybody in. I'm going to come back. I'm going to check on messages and I will continue this since I'm at kind of a good stopping point in my brain, at least. Let me go back. Oh my goodness. I got all kinds of friends in here. Welcome in, guys. I'm all slack and just blah, blah, blah. Turkey in and out over here. All right. I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna go back to Lucid here. So if you guys see Lucid 66 Jess in chat, she is new to the sector of true crime. Please welcome her. Okay. If you're still around, Lucid. So she says, followed Lauren HTC over here and found new creators, new drama. Nice. That's so cool. Because you know what's awesome? I didn't cover that at all. I completely didn't even touch that stuff, right? Didn't even touch it. So that is super cool. I love it. But some of our friends did, right? So thank you so much. Oh my gosh. I'd love to hear I'd love to hear sometime what you think about that. Hey, Brooke, what's up? Good to see you. Do I have Charming Jenna's email? Let's see. Lucky, I mean, this is way back. Um, Lucky's on it. Seems like she's on it. Yeah, I don't have an email for Charming. I talked to her in Discord, so I'd be happy to pass along anything if you like. Let her know. Let me see. I'm gonna just screenshot your name and I'll let her know that you wanna talk to her, okay? I'll at least send that to her. Hey, Nasty Rana, good to see you. What you doing, gorgeous? Hey, is how do I say your name? Lil D. Lil D. Yes, Lil D. Got it. Lil D. Wasn't BJ in this case? Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Rana says, I really want to know what the fuck was said that made Truth think Katie might be pregnant by her. Oh shit, I just read that. I know it's none of my business, but I still want to know. Okie dokie. Well, yeah, since I just read that. So what we're kind of trying to do, just so you know, Rana, we are trying to not talk about that a whole lot for respect out of Chris and Katie and Sebastian and Seth even. But since it has been brought out here and you do have a question about it, I will absolutely answer it. So apparently there it was just it was a conversation, and it was a conversation between Granny and Truth on the side about the case and about that. And from what I understand, you know, I guess Granny not necessarily thought the same thing, but like wasn't shocked. You know what I mean? Like she wasn't like didn't think it was absolutely crazy, you know, and they were having a conversation, and it was a very short conversation what I understand, like a couple minutes, and it was done and over with. And it was never discussed again. It was never brought onto social media. At the time, I guess people were coming to him and asking questions about Katie, and it was brought up. I guess there were some rumors about, I guess, from pictures, and I think it came from Betty, from what I understand. Bullhorn Betty was talking about that rumor about Katie being pregnant, which she wasn't, obviously, and obviously none of that happened. You know what I mean? But being that Sebastian vanished without a trace, some dark theories were talked about offline. When, if they're going to be talked about, that's where they should be talked about, right? It was never brought out here by, so Truth only told, the only other person he told was Charming, from what I understand, and Clue. And they didn't put it out here, right? Granny apparently told Jay, and Jay is the one who brought it out here. And then Jay in the marshmallow alt, um, as you can see on my thumbnail, that was actually an AI photo done by Lori Fax on X that Jay used as the profile picture for that alt. And there was actually a marshmallow alt on X as well, just so y'all know. Um, Pretty sure I have screenshots, so I'm gonna find those. But anyway, um, and then just recently, right? So like what, year and a half, whatever later, almost 2 years later, year and a half, this is brought up again for whatever reason. So, and it was brought out here. That was the that was the first time it was brought out here. So I'm not sure why that was done, but I was actually on panel with Truth at the time when that happened. So when the marshmallow account came in, I was on panel and I wasn't looking at chat. So I was all confused. I was just having the conversation with Truth or whatever. And he was trying to, I could tell he was distracted, and he was trying to let chat know he was going to just ignore that, but then he couldn't ignore it. So he did finally address it. And I didn't know what he was talking about. I was like, and then finally I was like, I didn't even see the comment, and he didn't want to pin it anymore. But then, I found the comment. And I did mention sometimes, the truth is in very dark places. Not everybody's ready to go there, you know what I mean? So not, whether y'all agree with it or not, that's how it was done. So I hope that answers the question. Let's see. I'm just going back through track, guys. Give me 1 second. Yeah, BHB did originate that rumor. Yeah. Do 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 do. You one sec, guys. Just going through chat here. You unsub from HTC. I don't blame you, man. That's too much. So Lucky says, Cliff Notes with no opinion is Jay got caught using an alt in Truth Live, making a question of inappropriate theory about Sebastian got caught using alt admitting to it live on QB Live. Yep. 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 That's about it. That's about what happened. That's totally cool, Lucid. I appreciate you. I appreciate you just watching. Yeah. Hey, Proud Mimi. Good to see you. Welcome in. Says, we all know creators have alts, correct? They all go in BJ under alts. True, true. I don't have an alt. I don't have an alt. Um, I just don't. I'm Sane Outlaw everywhere. Everywhere you find me. Everywhere. No alts here. I imagine, especially larger creators do, or creators who like drama for sure. You know, or just like to troll. I mean, I got a little troll in me myself, but I troll as me. Yeah, right? Having one is enough. Jay hasn't been seen since. Oh no, Jay's been live. Jay's been live. From what I understand, she's done live under members only. If that's what I heard. She did a live. I haven't checked. Like I said, I'm. So, all right, let's get back to the theory real quick. So, Jay takes Granny under her wing, right? Now, if okay, it was started to see that the Rico is not going to be successful, and then the Rico was leaked, and it wasn't able to be utilized the way it was intended, right, as a weapon. Jay takes Granny under her wing. They start sharing almost all the subs, right? They start dual streaming. Um, y'all know Truth has mentioned the art of war before, right? He and I have talked about it. What is one tactic? Welcome in, right? Take under the wing and then absorb. So if you can't do it through a fake criminal injunction, if you can't do it from bashing every night, can you do it by playing nice? Can you do it by posing as a friend? As a professional who can guide you and help you, quote unquote, grow your channel while taking the heat for trash and beads? What do y'all think? Because I gotta say, during all that time, it didn't hurt Beach's channel, right? In that, what year that I don't even want to say covered Sebastian, that she just ripped Chris and Katie. For the year that she did that, she made a ton of money off of Sebastian's name. Ton of money, guys, off both her channels. Don't be fooled. Ton of money. We also know, right? We also know. We have a great idea. We have no idea how much she got on the side, but can guess. But she made a ton of money off of that, even while being dragged. Because if you think about it, if a person were to play it the right way, right, and be dragged and allow themselves to be dragged, to me, I always thought BJ didn't play it the right way. I don't know. I kind of thought instead of all the crying and whining so much, maybe she should have just left and enjoyed the publicity, right? But didn't all that crying and whining create a really solid sad fish that didn't just get her like the $5 super chats, didn't just get tons of little donos, but got some really big whoppers, huh? And I hate to call you all that, but she got some pretty big whoppers, okay? That she was pretty mad that went over to, like, let's say Queen or Clue, right? Or even Jay. So, did Jay attempt to absorb Granny? Granny did take a whole ass break over the summer. She did a few, she did some mobile lives and whatnot, but she was out at the beach, out the shore, and didn't have her set up and all that stuff. Just saying. But Jay continued to go live with the same subscribers. You know, it's just a theory. It's just a theory, okay? Meanwhile, Queen and Clue, if you hear some background noise, guys, in a second, I am actually going to go outside and check the weather. So I'm gonna put the coat on. Ooh, I'm gonna cause a ruckus. So, oh shoot, I didn't realize my audio is all the way up. I'm sorry if I was blasting you. Welcome in, welcome in. Just give me a second. Good to see you, Music City Mom. Welcome in, girl. Sun is out up north. Yeah, it's out here too. It's a little cloudy, but it's creeping. Give me one sec. Give me, just in case. I just feel like it's cold. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. And I gotta get my shades. Roll up my shades. Oh, goodness. Hope you guys are enjoying your Saturday. Welcome in. If you don't mind, tap that little like button. Help keep us in the algorithm. By the way, I hear my boys are awake and they're probably literally rolling their eyes at me. All right. That one ain't too bad at all. It must have rained. It ain't too shabby at all. Let me brush off my chair because I know that cat was laying in it. Huh. My neighbor's cat, who thinks it's my cat, likes to lay in my chair. It is pretty comfortable for a camping chair. That's why I use it. I feel it's like ergonomical. All right, here we are. Literally not this cold. Put on my big winter coat. All right. Yes, it must have rained. Did it rain up there, Lucky? 59 degrees. Yeah, not too bad. It's probably good I put my jacket on because any wind kicks up. If there's too much background noise, just let me know. It's early, so there shouldn't be too much traffic, but you know how people are. Let me just catch up with chat since I have a little break here. Hi, cat. Meanwhile, this cat's right here. You can't come up here, though, okay? Let's see. Oh, it was not members only. Everyone was in there asking her questions. Okay, cool. Thank you for clearing that up. That's just what I heard. Oh, it's members now. Gotcha, gotcha. Gotcha. I don't know. I I mean, I'm not going to front, I always was friendly with Jay. Jay was always friendly with me. He always gave me hell for Crabtree, though. There was a time where I even stopped going in there because I just didn't want to hear Crabtree getting trashed. It did rain. Yeah, it looks like it. It's gonna be nice though. You guys welcome in if you're just coming in. Jay messed up. She knows it. I hope so. I hope so because I think that's my biggest problem is I just can't respect the way she reacted to truth. Like when she came on the panel, I can't respect the backtracking. I just can't. Like on a human level, you know what I mean? Like I wouldn't with anyone in real life. I'd be like, yeah, no thanks. That's all I need to know, you know what I mean? Like I just don't associate with people who do stuff like that. I just don't. Now, people can make mistakes. Absolutely. And it doesn't mean like, you know, not that she would care, but I mean it doesn't mean I can't fuck with you. But like or even just watch you for the content. I'm able to do that. I don't have to personally like anybody, but I don't even want to kind of give a necessarily a view if you're going to behave that way. I don't like that you came on, you lied about it, honestly. First, you lied about it. And then, it was like, well, let me say this. Oh, nope, I'm caught in that. Let me say this. It's like what can you get away with to save face? And I don't like that. You know what I mean? Like I think we teach kids to be better than that. So I think Truth did take that stream down. Yeah. Yeah, he did. I think so, yeah. I think he did so people couldn't rip it. If she wouldn't have used an alt, maybe it would have been okay. Uh in my eyes, no, because she could have messaged him privately. Like why like okay, here's the thing. She used an alt because she doesn't go in truth. Okay. And that's why I remember I was on panel and when actually Jay for Justice made the comment and, said I'm being attacked for a question, we both were confused. And, and I was like, and I even said, I said, y'all better leave Jay alone, something like that. I even said that. And Jay in chat was like, who's on panel? And Truth was like, it's SaneOutlaw. And she's like, oh, hey, Sane. And he did ask if she wanted to come up, and she said she was eating, LOL. But like we were both confused. We were like, what do you mean you're being attacked? And then she positioned it like, no, I meant you. But see, like she wasn't in there as Day for Justice. She didn't ask a question. There was no, you look at the transcript, there's no question before that. And there wasn't. I was there. So is the marshmallow and then just messed up and said that on hers. So no, I don't think it would have been better. I like that question. That is a great question. But no, I don't think it would have been better, proud Mimi. Um yeah, absolutely. You should definitely watch who you want. You should have your opinions. And nobody should bother you about that. I've always been what I consider a free agent in a way to where and the reason why I like Clue and Truth so much is that they don't care where I go and what I say. They don't care. They're not going. They know it's probably it's for a reason. And maybe they didn't in the beginning, but by now, you know what I mean? But like, I'm very upfront with like, I will play devil's advocate. I will say things that I don't even personally believe, just to put another thought out there, just to critically think about something. But Yeah, I don't think it would have because she could have totally done it on the side. She knows how to contact truth. You know what I'm saying? Like if it was really about the case, so like to just if she were to just come in as her, because she doesn't come into truth, she doesn't come in and hang out. If she were to come in as her and say that, I think it would be equally as weird. A year and a half later, to just bring that up when it was never brought by anybody over here onto social media. Yeah, I think that would be weird. I don't think she would have got the backlash by any means. I don't think. But I still think it would have caused issues. I still think it's disrespectful to Sebastian and Chris and Katie. You know what I mean? Like if you don't have a genuine like it wasn't a genuine question. You know what I mean? It was a tiny theory that was barely mentioned in private like a year ago. So, and it was never discussed again. And Granny and Truth have been fine since then. So, like, what was why? It wasn't about the case because obviously, like, it's not a real question. You know what I mean? You don't legitimately aren't wondering that. You were wondering why Truth thought that. You were trying to attack Truth. Why? For what? You know what I mean? So I just can't get with that. I just can't. I can't. I can't get with it. So like I said, I don't want to really talk about creators a whole lot unless I'm making fun of them, laughing at them, or saying how cool they are. But at this point, yeah, I am kind of like, why though? But it does make me think. So the whole reasoning, in my opinion, BJ wanted to take Granny out of the competition, right? I mean, if you go back and look, like just the things she would say about the case, like it was almost like, how dare anyone else cover this case, right? And honestly, I think with the Rico, that was the plan to have total media domination to where no one else was even allowed to cover it. Therefore, the narrative would be the narrative. If the narrative was a narrative enough, the pitchforks would come out across the country. Perhaps Ali might look at things differently in their heads. You know what I mean? Not that it's reality, but let me go ahead and check up on chat here. Mimi says, okay, so she went under an aught and then asked the other question by her name. Yes. Yes, exactly. Yep. That's what got me. She waited over a year. Yep, Bulldog. Well, to be fair, we don't know the conversation between GW and Truth, and we shouldn't. Exactly. You're right. Yep. Yep. You would like to know if BJ put in the courts to go pro, say, against Gurney watching with CND. No, she missed the deadline. She didn't even respond to it. As far as I know. I we can definitely check. So if you do ever want to check the court documents, just so you know, okay, you can go to Delco County, PA. I don't even know. That might be the website, like .gov or whatever. But if you just look that up, you know, courts, right? And then you select civil, okay? And you can either do case search or docket search. I like case search. And you can put in, and I will put it right here. There you go. Hold on one sec, guys. One sec. Sorry, guys. Um, apparently Greg peed on my bed. Greg is one of our guinea pigs. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. So there is the case number, and that is for all of the RICO documents. Now, I don't know if the appellate documents are in there from the Supreme Court for the appeal, but those are all the it's the original case documents. You can find all that in there. And if there are any updates, you can filter by date, all that. But there's pages. I mean, you have to go to like probably the fourth page by now to go the most current if you don't do that. So just keep that in mind. There's multiple pages, not just that one screen of files. And when you click on them, you can actually download the PDF files, any attachments. There is the 7,000 document one in there. All the things. And if you ever wanted to find out if your username is mentioned in there, all you have to do is download it as a PDF and you can use the search feature. I do recommend searching for it multiple ways because the Scribner's errors are wild and fast. Hey, none of your business. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. It is really insane. It absolutely is. It's the opposite of me, totally. Totally. Welcome in, guys. If you're just coming in, good to see you. SaneOutlaw here. We have our beautiful Lucky as mod, working hard. Lucky, if you need to step away, do anything, please go for it. I really appreciate you. Lucky dropped the website that you can, the direct link. You can go right there. Yep, delco.gov, public access. Yeah, that's the wild part, right? Is it's all out there. Actually, Craig's are as well. If you go to Scotland County, PA, you can look up that record. And that's why it was out there way before Reagan went on Granny's. Now, you got to keep in mind, though, his dads are on there too. And because they're senior and junior, I feel like they're a little mixed up. But anyway, I knew about that report. Now, it didn't, what it doesn't do is it does not list the female's name in there. It just says a female. So it does not list the female's name. May not have like the police. No, I may not have the police report in there. I think those things were required by FOIA. But pretty much all the information on what happened was there. So just saying, not that I'm, encouraging any of it, but I don't discourage it either. It's public information. You're right. Freedom of Public Information Act, right? But you don't even have to do that. You can just go to Google, right? Good morning, Lady K. How you doing, girl? Good to see you. Good to see you. So that's what I'm thinking. So I'm thinking Beej wanted to take out Granny, right? Just basically, she's, in my opinion, a control freak. I think she really couldn't stand the fact that Granny was just like, nah, girl. Granny said no, right? Some people can't accept no. And she also she said no to being, basically like Because think about it, Beej likes friends, right? Because she can't do a lot herself. That's what she continuously does. She tries to acquire new allegiances out here. Okay. I think she was butthurt and just kind of scorned, spiteful in fact, that Granny was like, I don't need you. I don't want to have anything to do with you. Matter of fact, you disgust me. And I think Beej was like, are you for real? And I think she was recently scorned by Natasha Cooper, and it just seemed very similar to her. So instead of like breaking the cycle, it's like she like turned into it or something weird. But anyway, I think I just like I remember like I didn't watch obviously Brittany for her content, but because she covered the case, there were times I did watch. And the things she said were very weird about focusing on that. Like I don't hear other true crime creators talk about that stuff. Okay. And then in my opinion, see, I always saw Jay as more business oriented. But I had just, I'm not going to say all that. I did have a weird nagging feeling about almost a bit of a grifter part. Okay. But I kind of didn't almost care because she worked for it. And she did do good true crime covers, she did. So, I mean, the way it's presented and everything. There were ones I wildly disagreed with and just didn't watch. I didn't bitch about. I didn't give her a hard time about. I didn't create drama over it. I just didn't watch it. And then I would go back to watching it, like whatever. But I think if she could help Beej absorb Granny while, she gets the benefit of absorbing and then absorbing a lot of Beeges, right? But then coming out, to me, the idea is to come out with still a good reputation. Because I feel like if she hadn't messed up, I feel like this wasn't long enough. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there was a lot more they could have gotten out of Clue or Cleve, or both. I just think it was a bit premature, frankly, just by a mistake. So, there you go. That's what I think. That is what I think. I don't want to think it is any more connected to the case than it actually is. I hope the motivations aren't for that. And they weren't originally, because we do know that Jay was approached by Tony, right? Jay wasn't anti Proudfoot. I don't know. I think we should think about it. I think we should just think about it. I think we should just think about it, see if we notice anything else. That makes sense. You know what I mean? What do y'all think? Thank you guys so much for being here and for hanging out and listening to me and my crazy voice. We have been on for a good hour and a half now. That's crazy. That's crazy town. And if you do want to sub up, guys, I would appreciate it. You can get notified of any future lives. I'm new to live streaming. I honestly didn't plan on doing that with my channel. Like it wasn't the idea. I really do a lot of comedy stuff. I have a dark sense of humor. So I do take the risk of offending people, but I prefer to have subscribers who follow me for that, I'd rather have quality over quantity. I'd rather have subscribers who have the same type of humor. Um, I mean, if y'all want to hate watch. And that's the thing, I can take it. I I leave any comments. I prefer it. Like Brenda Sue, in case you hadn't seen. Let's let's have a little review. Brenda Sue, just before I started my live out here, still out here doing the most, you know. Let me show you all. Take that down. Look at Brenda Sue out here. Brenda Sue badge number. You're required, right? Probably by law or your policy if I ask you to identify yourself. Since you come out here claiming you're a public servant and all. I'm just saying. Brenda Sue, in a very, very old short of mine, okay, she had to go deep. It was probably like a year ago. Weird, oddly enough. Here she is, right before I started this live. You're just showing your ignorance. This was me remixing and just kind of like a comedy review of a Hartley short that she did. Okay? Of a Hartley short. And now Brenda Sue has commented under the same one and has deleted her comments. This might be the one where she said, if you're not careful, you're going to get added to the RICO. And I was like, bitch, I can't be added twice. Oh, you want to add me as a defendant? I don't think Nick can cross his little toe over that state line, but he can try. He can try. But anyway, that ain't me asking for anything, right? He would ask to be tied up in litigation, but however, you can't have me twice. So that was one thing. She also, and then I think it was maybe a reply into my comment there where I just, laugh. And then she said, I'm a cop. Uh-oh, Brenda Sue. Even if you're retired, ma'am, you know what that is. You know what that is. And with the Jeremy DeWitts and all these other people out here, that impersonating don't go over well, girl. Oh, anyway, all right. All right, that's my draggy side. Y'all saw it. I don't mean drag like that. I mean like, you know, tear into somebody. Crazies. All right. Here it was. Like that's what I'm saying. Like how can this not be funny? How can this not be funny, guys? Brandy Wine, what is up, gorgeous mama? Hey, Mittens and more. Good to see you. Good to see you. Dark side. Oh, thank you, Minzum. Minzamore says, hey, Scene, great job. I appreciate you. I think you all are too kind. Brandy Wine, out here tearing up X still. I love that you pin your stuff on X. That really helps. Thank you. Thank you so much, by the way. Anyway, like, how can you not like this? Look at Tony up there. Always watching. That's what I said. And I was like, Hong BFF, hungry as ever. I remember, like, word for word. And I was like, snoozy poon. Look at her down there. Freaking adorable, Hartley made her. How could you be upset at that? Hartley made Brittany J. Brittany J. Like, I can't do it, guys. My voice. Brittany J. Oh, hell. That's upsetting. Anyway, look at her. She made her cuter. Whatever, Brittany. I heard she did a live last night and she was up late. She's up late, and Craigie Poo was up late. And reality was up late. Reality. I had the perfect haircut for wigs. I'm just saying. And no cat to piss on them. Let me see here. There's something else I showed. Look how funny this is. This is Butter. Where's Butter? Butter, you awake yet? Get your ass in here. Butter, out here on X. Always doing the most. Love it. This was from this was in my vault, guys. So I don't even know, forever ago. It wasn't 3 days ago, as you can see. But this was Gigi. No Froggy's mod. Well, old mod when Froggy had a channel. and and then probably was Beej's mod, I think, at one point too, right? Or you know, long time sub, whatever. Anyway, who wore the mad face better? We got Clue here. Trisha talks. Or like I said, I'm guessing that's Chris Proudfoot. I don't know. Just by the mouth. If it's not Chris, I'm sorry, but I feel like he wore a shirt like that too. And then Butter for the win. And the winner is, look at that. Oh, I hope you guys can see it good. You probably can't. It's dark, isn't it? Let me see. Come here, you. I'm playing around with this Prism Live, guys. So you can't. It might be my device. You guys can probably see it good. I think because I'm outside, my device is a screen. I can't see good. Matter of fact, now this is as bright as it's gonna go. Now I gotta try and grab this giant thing. There we go. What do you guys think of the Prism Live? My little V studio here. These are called VTubers. VTubers. I kind of like it. I think to me, it's a little more engaging than like the YouTube live, especially like, mobile, with just like the black screen and your, Google avatar and just the bubble light not. Because like if you're not on camera, right? That's what it is. I mean, I could go on camera, that's not a problem. I don't know if I could actually switch it in the middle of a live, but I thought instead of that though, this was at least a little more something for you guys to look at. A little more like Streamlabby kind of thing. And then I can show you stuff, right? We had this if you didn't see it. I put this into a short. And that was the animation. So yeah. I think this is really cool because I can like, if you guys give me a minute, I'm gonna add some things here that we can take a look at. Give me one sec, guys. I'm just gonna add a couple things. All right. So I do want to give Lucky a little break, okay, because Lucky's been working really hard, and give you guys a little breaky poo, and then I can go back and look at chat too. Just a little palate cleanser. Good morning, good morning. Who's coming? Hey, Lori Fax. Oh my God. Before I do that, Lori Fax. Sup, girl? In case Lori Fax has not gotten credit enough, this was her creation. This was her creation that she put out on X quite a while ago. From what I understand, Jay took this and made it her profile for the fake marshmallow account, which I do remember being on X and I thought it was funny. Oh, that was great timing. Oh my God, I love it. I love it. I'm just going through here. Oh my God. Why is Jack gotta be so tiny? At least scrolling back. Reality is just annoying as hell though. Girl. Larper and Grifter Hunter. Good morning. I love your name. I love your name. Oh my God, I love your name. Yes. Because who doesn't like a vampire hunter, you know what I mean? But Larper and Grifter Hunter. Hunt me. Mm-mm. I wish I would have thought of that. Hey, wait a minute. How do I say your name? Because like typing your name a million times is different, but is it Bisha? 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 Bish? Oh shit. Bishop's fuck? Y'all witnessed that live. Bless. Hey, Kathy. Good to see you, Kathy. Yeah. I scared. Jump scare. Woohoo. Thank you, Lucky, so much. Thank you for dropping that. I appreciate it. Hey, Pookie Pie. Good morning. Yeah, Brandy wine on X Cooks too. I'm telling you. Yep. So that was just like good timing. Anyway, credit to Lori Fax for Marshmallow Beach. Just wanted to say. All right, guys. I'm gonna put a short on in case you guys didn't see it. This was a short I did. Now, I'm pretty sure this takes away views from my own short, right? But it would give like a lot of laughs, so who cares? But I'm gonna put this on if you guys haven't seen it yet. It's hilarious. It has Truth and Trisha in it. And I was in chat, and Charming Jenna was in chat. And through a team effort, she got him to play a TikTok that I wanted him to see. And she got him to do it live. And I recorded his reaction. So if you haven't seen it yet, we'll do a little palette cleanser. Okay. Here you go. Get a little bit smaller. Go over my logo. You really don't need to see me at all, frankly, but me a sec, guys. I'm doing this all on mobile too. Isn't that cool? I think it's cool. Here we go.
Okay, I tried to ship it straight to America, but the company, although it's let you put an American address in, it would. I've decided I'm going to put my package together. I tried to ship it straight to America, but the company, although it's let you put an American address in, it wouldn't ship it. So I'm getting it sent here, and then I'm going to ship it to her. The British. What are you looking at that for? I'm sending her some things.
I hate y'all. I want y'all to know that with everything in me, I hate y'all. Let me share with you guys.
Why?
Let me share with you guys. This is what my people do to me. They don't love me. No. They send me stuff like this.
What the heck?
What the fuck?
What the heck?
How do you not look at the owl?
I'm gonna send this to Trip.
It's like a directional beacon to the right place. Look at the owl's nose. Wait, hold on. Look at the beak.
I know the beak.
Tell me I'm wrong. You won't unsee it now.
Oh, trust me, I was looking straight there. Oh my gosh.
But then her face.
People think about it. I'm gonna send that to Trip. I sent him that video of people think about it. I'm gonna send that to Trip. I sent him that video of Moon, and he was like, "Oh, I was eating."
Oh, y'all are assholes for sending me that. Thank you. No, thank you.
Well, who
Ooh.
was it? One lady sent me a merkin. Oh, that was funny. I'll have to find that and send it to you. Or
Oh,
she
y'all
was
are
wearing a
horrible.
merkin over her clothes. It was so funny.
That's disturbing too. But Sane Outlaw's fault. Oh, well, that is probably Sane Outlaw's sister-in-law. That's family right there. Okay.
I love Outlaw. She has the coolest sunglasses.
F you, Truth.
Sane Outlaw
Who?
does.
She
Sane
stole
Outlaw.
them off of Elvis's corpse. She grave robbed them,
Oh.
some bitches.
Oh my God, what y'all think? How funny is that? Oh my goodness. Thank you all so much for being here. If you're just coming in, this is Sane Outlaw with a crazy sounding voice from being sick. I am outside too, if y'all hear background noise. Oh, little palate cleanser. I hope you enjoyed that. That gave me a lot of joy. I don't know. Ah, thank you, Lori. All right, guys, so you can see it on the screen, but I will read it out because I know if you're anything like me, you're not glued to the chat all the time, and sometimes you're just listening, right? So, Lori Fax, who created, hold on, guys, getting toasty out here. I'm not taking my jacket off. Who created Marshmallow Beige? Okay, her art. She says, so we're clear, Jay didn't have permission to use art of mine for any reason. I don't mind people sharing and laughing. I do mind stealing. I do mind people. Okay, I'm going to read this back again so I don't mess it up. Lori Fax says, so we're clear, Jay didn't have permission to use art of mine for any reason. I don't mind people sharing and laughing. I do mind people stealing for nefarious reasons. I don't get down with that shit. Girl, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. I didn't know that. That's interesting to know. Um, it was interesting because I was like, dude, I remember Marshmallow Beach, right? And I remember it being on X. And then I remember an account Marshmallow on X too. I don't even think as much on YouTube. I think more on X. And I assume I didn't know it was Jay then, you know what I mean? Like they made fun of Beige and I thought it was I not that I necessarily was like, oh, it's Lori, you know what I mean? I just assumed like it was all in conjunction, you know? But yeah, to be like I no, Lori, actually after you really think about it, I'd be pissed. I'd be pissed because think about it. It wasn't just done for drama. Think about what was said with that account and that art. You know what I mean? And like that's not what you meant to do. You would never uh talk about the family of a missing teen or the missing teen in that way, right? Like you didn't on X. So like I would be pissed. Yeah, absolutely. To like use frankly to use Sebastian to get at truth, which is just drama is wild to me. Yeah, you should be pissed. Absolutely. Like I just got pissed for you as I thought and talked that out. Yeah. Yeah, for real. And I actually I apologize. Maybe I should have asked you first because maybe I guess like I thought it was important that people know like that somebody else created that and it was stolen and that's probably why people also didn't question it and think it was Jay. But I probably should have asked you because like maybe people didn't know that was you who created that, and I don't want people tying you to that absolutely in that way. Like people over here wouldn't, you know what I mean? But we know who would. So, but we have it clear and we have your words. So I will definitely make sure that is screenshot or saved, you know. Obviously it's going to be saved in this live, but I'll, you know, make sure that uh that will be there to pull out, you know, at any given time because we do have your words on that. And that is good to know. And you know what? For all the things that, oh God, fuck, I don't want to do that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to add to the drama because I'm not, I'd like to say I'm not a part of it, but frankly, I kind of am because I was on that panel. Like, I'm not a pick me, you know, that's what drives me crazy. But I was on that panel. Like, I'm not going to try to blend into the background and pretend I wasn't. And I also would like to stand on anything that was said during that time. I would also like to stand behind truth and anything that happened because I was there and I literally was on panel with them. So, you know, that therefore I also saw back chat, right? So, the fuck is that in my cup? What the HE double hockey sticks is going on here? Oh my God. I'm sorry, guys. I was wondering just what was in my coffee, and I think they put like crumbled up Oreo or something in it. That's weird as hell. And I didn't ask for it. Anyway. I wonder if it's like the vitamin. That's weird. Sorry, guys. Total sidetrack. Woohoo. Pull the beach. But you know what I mean? Like, think about like the stuff Jay come bitches about in terms of stealing her content and art, and which she takes pride in and considers, you know, actual, uh, you know, content, unlike some people, right? So I'm gonna come back and look at chat here. I gotta look on my tiny screen, but hey, I was prepared this time. You know what I mean? We can grow. So Lori says you don't need to ask. Again, I don't mind people sharing and laughing, and I didn't know. So I'm glad you did share, and I was present for it. I stand behind truth 100%. He's done nothing wrong. It's only been twisted that way. Thank you so much, Lori. I appreciate it. And I very much respect your opinion. I mean, here's the thing. Like, if somebody is out here and they're laughing or poking fun at somebody, but they're 100% transparent about it, and you have watched them over a year and a half, you know, whatever it is on social media, and you see there's no other pattern, you know what I mean? Like, that's literally the intention, is to expose, aware, mock, parody, you know, kind of thing, whatever the technique or tactic is, right? Many of us do it, but there's also people who do that, but then also get involved in the fuck shit, right? Behind the scenes. So I notice when people are consistent in just doing what they're doing. Okay. That's, to me, how Lori has always been. And I think if you're not on X, I think sometimes you miss a big piece of things. So I do think it's important, like, to let people on YouTube, you know, be aware of things, because White Boy actually does a great job of that. So, oh, I don't know what was just going on with my phone. Hopefully that didn't change our view any. I don't think it did. All right, cool. I'll sit down. Narrating my existence to you guys, okay? I'm just narrating my existence. It's fine. Welcome in if you're just coming in. I appreciate y'all being here, sticking with me this long. Lucky's like, what did we get? A 2-minute intermission? I can't even make coffee in that time. 9 a.m. here where I'm at. Ooh, we've been live for 2 hours, girl. 2 hours. All right, let me see. I want to see if I can. Yep, I'm gonna show you something else, class. Because being that I mentioned, it's always good when weird stuff is going on YouTube. I always check X. When weird stuff is going on X, I always check YouTube. Okay. There's different accounts. Some of them are the same accounts and the same people on our side and their side who are on both. Some are only on one, though. Okay. So a lot of times it can fill in the gaps. It can fill in the gaps. So let me see if I have one sec. And now I save this silly screenshot. I have to find it though from X. Yeah, I don't know what. Oh, you know what? Maybe I saved it. No, I did do screenshots. What in the tarnation? You guys ever wish that you filed stuff better? I do. mm. Mm-hmm. I wonder, I wonder if I could do it real quick. Oh, cool, I can minimize. Oh my God, this is great. Give me one sec, guys. I'm going to screenshot something. I really thought I did it. I really thought I did it. So anyway, I noticed that on X, Mr. Seth Rogers has been around the streets. There were some screenshots from a day ago where Seth was in Josh's chat, okay, the labs chat, Blue Gumballs, otherwise known as, and apparently he was making some comments, and the comments were about SF. There were also other people in there commenting about Crabtree. Who are two people? Now, what happened a day ago? Think about that. And who are two people that Jay always had issues with or expressed her opinion on? Not so favorable. SF Investigates and Stephen Crabtree. I'm just saying. So let me see if I can show you guys. Oh, perfect, because I know exactly who posted it. Give me one sec, guys. I'm just going to screenshot this for you. Hold, please. So, what was Beej up to last night? Early this morning. And then I heard she did mention, though, that she mentioned that she wanted to do another deep dive. She's going to do another deep dive on Sebastian Rogers' case. Again, missing teen from Hendersonville, Tennessee. He's 16 years old now. He is still missing. Let me see. Oh, I found it. Oh, okay. I do have it. It just looked weird. It's a screenshot of YouTube on X. That's the issue. It's a screenshot of YouTube on X. This one and this one. All right, I'm going to take the chat down. I'm going to add these in. Yep. All right. I think this one's first, I'm gonna say. Let's see. Okay, so this was a screenshot from a day ago, is what it said on X this morning. Okay. Hey, Spilty, what's up, girl? Good to see you, Pistol Amy. Bang, bang, girl. Now you know what it sounds like when I type it in chat every time. Good to see you. Good to see you. BSJF says, take ownership, apologize, grow, and move along equals adulting, in my opinion. Look, nobody said they're logical. Yes, Bilty. So in case you're just coming in, Lori Fox was just here. I was showing. I'm sorry, guys. I have total froggy nation of mucus going on over here, as you can tell by my voice. But so I was showing Lori Fax actually created marshmallow bees that Jay basically stole and used as the profile picture for the marshmallow alt that she finally admitted to. And according to Lori Fax, she did not give her permission for that, and her intention would have never been for nefarious reasons. And she doesn't agree with that, and I absolutely agree, and I would be pissed too, knowing how it was used. Absolutely. Little review, but anyway, what we're looking at here is the lab. This was again a screenshot from a day ago. At least that's what it said on X. And as you can see, Seth Rogers is here, and he says, who's the father of Sebastian Rogers, SAT. He seemed to be, and they're talking about SF Investigates, okay? And I'll show you how we know that. He seems to be more con than anything else, which hurts all cases he involves himself in. This is actually the second screenshot, okay? So again, he seems to be more con than anything else, which hurts, sorry if that was really loud, which hurts all cases he involves himself in. So there's that. Okay, get rid of that one. This, I believe, is actually the first one. So I do want to point out here this Dawn K later. I hate that it uses everybody's well, I mean, I don't. Whatever, change it then. It uses the people's real names, Jesus. But anyway, it says Crabtree hit his head on the hard rock maple coffee table too many times as a child. So for some reason, Crabtree's being talked about, probably because, you know, he did work with SF. And then Seth says, 15K to accuse me of horrible crap while my son still hasn't been found. Not sure what the 15K means. I don't know if that's what he's saying the Prophets paid to retain him. Again, I thought the Prophets didn't do anything to help find Sebastian, but, you know, whatever. We all know. We know differently, right? It's just not all on social media. So there's that. Y'all think about that one. Good night, huh? So I just, you know, that was a day ago. And if we think about what happened a day ago, right? In case you didn't see it, there is actually Marshmallow Beige in all her glory. And this is credit to Lori Fax on X. Her link was dropped earlier. Thanks to Lucky. Hey, Blessed Gigi, what's going on? Good to see you. Earthy's in here? Did I miss Earthy? I don't see Earthy. Well, sis, if you're in here, love you, bitch. Lori says, still here. Spill T says, oh shit, that is a whole ass, but wait, there's more. Thanks for the recap. Lori, sorry your art was used for fuck shit. Yeah, for real, that's a good way of saying it. Lori says, thanks, crazy to me to be dragging people in who are not involved in shit like that. Never would be. Not how I roll. What my mouth don't say, my face does. Girl. Mm-hmm. Same. The picture is adorable. I mean, literally, when I thought that was the best thing ever when I saw that on X. Hey, I mean, Harley and Lori are both out here making bees look cuter. I, I don't understand the problem. Maybe I'm different though. I don't know. Hey, CD, what's going on, CD Tutor? Good to see you. Are you new to these streets? Have you been around, or is it just the username business with YouTube? Right, Amy? It's not funny. I think it's adorable, but yes, this is credit to Lori Sachs, okay? Jay then took it and created the Marshmallow Beige alt account. And that, as we know, did straight fuck shit. For whatever reason. I don't know. I didn't watch her live. It was put on members only afterwards. I didn't watch it. So I don't know what she said about it, frankly. I know what she said on Queen's panel. Okay. But yeah, I just thought that was good to know the origin of it. In case you're just coming in.
Cousins first, best friends forevermore. Cousins first, best friends forevermore.
You know. You know. No palette cleanser. So give me one sec. I'm going to add a few other things here. Oops, let me get my chat right here. Look at me, all on mobile, guys. Look at me. Ah, Carla, girl. I am so glad to see you here. Or as y'all notice, come on now. Who has not noticed Brittany J saying girl? Or I should say, failing at saying girl. You know I gotta come out here like a wrecking ball. So, in case y'all don't know, I am new to live streaming. I like to use mobile because I just, can't station myself in one place. I just can't do it. I just can't. I gotta move. Okay. I like being outside, stuff like that, and I just don't want to do all that. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. And I'll end up just putting way too much time into it, frankly. I will neglect all my things. But anyway, so I like to do everything on mobile. I'm just messing around a little bit, but I am new to live streaming. My intention was not to be a live streamer of any sort. I do like to do just a lot of comedy. I like to expose, make things aware. I like to inform. I like to educate. I like to entertain. All perfect for YouTube, right? But I was really, I'm a subscriber, just like you guys. But I also don't, I'm not going to be live streaming constantly about Brittany Jackson. Like, come on. But at the same time, there's just so much. There's just so much craziness, and sometimes we have to process this together, right, guys? It helps keep us sane. I that's why I enjoy the channels that I enjoy. Now sometimes it's too much, and I'm over it, and I don't want to do that to you guys. I also don't want to take away from the bigger creators that we all hang out. We've all met each other in, right? Hey, Miss Aries. Good morning. Good morning. Good to see you. Oh, thank you, CD. I have my glasses on right now. They've become they've just become a part of my face, I think. Now I do have some without them because, sometimes you guys got to get some expressions. Apparently, I have a face, let's say. I make faces. I don't know. I can have a good poker face, but yeah, I speak with my face for sure. For sure. I'm so glad to see a lot of you familiar faces around here. That is so cool. I really appreciate that. And that definitely comes from people like, like they dropped my link in Clues chat last night and there was like 2K people in there. I was so humbled. Like I never asked for that or expect that. And that's just really cool. And I like hanging out with you guys, so that's kind of what I see it more as. If I can make y'all laugh, that's great because everybody has a shitty day, right? Who wants to come on here and just be like, "Yeah, guys, like you're not gonna believe it. Like my car almost wouldn't start this morning, and my tooth hurts, and I'm like just like it's so gigantic that my face is sinking in, and I don't understand why people don't like to look at me. I'm sorry. All right, I won't do it. I won't go into the looks. That's mean. That's mean. But I don't know. I kind of feel like for everyone, I'm allowed to give one back, right? Just like every nickname that is given, like Elevator Truth or Trisha Stalks, something like allegedly unclean or allegedly infected can be given, right? It's only fair. But nah, I don't want to just. Here's the thing. I'm not a big drama person. Okay, I know a lot of people say that, but actually, in my real life, I do many things to stay away from it. I do many things to ignore gossip. I pay attention for whatever reason I need to. Okay. It's a lot like out here. However, the drama is fucking hilarious. Okay. There's no other way to say it. And I like that y'all think it's hilarious. So, you know, I might come on here and drag a hoe. I might do it. But I will do it with facts. I will do it with receipts. Okay? You can't be out here hanging around with nonsense and just be like flapping at the gums and not ever back your shit up. You just can't do it. Okay? You'd get kicked off the island easily. Oh, I have a bunch. Dude, I have a bunch. Exactly. BJ absolutely does. You found me through Clue? I'm gonna have to thank her for sure. Thank you, Busty. And that goes to Senny over there. Sen, her mod. Her mod actually dropped it. She's like, "Well, you support us. It's the least we could do." And that's just cool as shit to me. You know what I mean? Like that's cool as matter of fact. Give me one sec, guys. Give me one sec. Hold, please. Talk amongst yourselves. If you haven't yet, please consider subscribing just to get us in the algorithm, get notified 30 minutes prior to a live, all the things, all the things. One sec. I'm gonna multitask. I'm not saying I'm doing it well. Does anybody else run their lives like a musical narrative? I particularly do it with my boys because I mean it instantly drives them mad, so they'll stop what they're doing. So if I'm like, I don't understand, I just don't understand. I don't get it, son, why you are not listening, listening, listening. The first time. There it is. Feel free to take that. It's not copyrighted. You're more than welcome to take that and use it with your own. I am a mess. Clue is right. I'm absolutely crazy. I was dead though last night. Oh my God, I gotta show you this screenshot, guys. I was absolutely freaking 100% dead. One thing at a time, though. One thing at a time. I guess this is why I went live. I have a lot to do and say. Okay. Oh my God. Send already. Did I send it 500 times? Nope, not even a once. There it is. So if you haven't subbed up to Illuminati, please do. Please do. You're totally missing out on everything in the world, basically. Help channel as well. I don't know if you guys have tried the Primal Queen. You can use our code and get a discount, but I have been using it now for, I guess, a couple months solid. You take it twice a day, and it's going to sound real gross, but it's bovine organ powder. Okay. But if you cannot consume a lot of red meat, but you still want the benefits of it, just saying, it is a great way. I have noticed a big improvement with hair, nails. You know, I'm working on skin right now, but I think I just, according to my doctor, you know, just like hormonal or you know whatever little breakout, um, combined with like those tiny little hair follicles that women think they don't have on my chin. So that's good. That I got some medicine that's clearing. But other than that, around everything else, I mean, I don't wear like facial makeup. You know what I mean? I don't want to clog my pores while I'm trying to get stuff to clear up. But I think outside of that, you know, like my actual skin is better. So I'm just saying, little short little promo right there. You could have found that. I know, Lucky, but you know me. I'm a doer, not a orderer. I appreciate it. I will delegate. I will work on delegating better more. All right, let me go ahead. I want to show you guys. So give me one sec here, piece on there. So screenshot. Shouldn't be bad. Shouldn't be long. Oh my God. It was fun. Is that the one? That might be the one. That might be the one too. It's hard to see when it's so freaking tiny. Nope, not that one. But I'm close. I'm real close, guys. Give me one sec. It's really funny. Oh my God, it was so funny. If you were watching Clue last night, you definitely saw it. No, that's not it. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Oh, I found it. I found it. That only took 20 years. Okay. So if you were watching Clue last night, you heard her read this comment from Diva Dog. Diva Dog 9 says, Clue, I saw a video the other day that said it was of you as a little girl barrel racing. Was that you? I can't even laugh. I can't laugh, guys. I can't laugh. I wish I could. I wish you could hear it. Oh my God. That was funny. That was funny. And you don't know, I did do that short. So I found Clue as a little girl. Okay? You can't convince me otherwise. You just can't. Oh, thank you, Lucid. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you coming in. I appreciate your perspective. And I hope you hang around this community. Because, like I said, we definitely can use more true crime people, who are level headed for sure. You're so Amy, aren't you, dead? You're going to go to Ollie's. I like some good Ollie's. As long as it's not a wreck. I mean, that's just me kind of in any store. I like a good thrift, but like the rooting through things is like the bane of my existence. Bane of my existence. I'm like, that seems like a lot of effort, but it's only $3, but it's a lot of effort. Lori Fax back here said, music has a way of making people listen, though, to be honest, much better than screaming. Hey, that's a good point. That's a good point. I guess that is my plan, and I didn't realize that. You know what I mean? Like verbalize it that way. I like that. Hey, Aggie Gemini. Welcome in. Welcome in. If you're still around, good to see you. Just going through chat. Yeah, I definitely am going to be doing, like I said, I'm not going to come on here and just do drama and drag creators, all the time. Hey, all the power to you for people to do because, you give me that fix, right? But it's just like I said, it's not who I am in general. Like I don't, like in life, you know what I mean? I'm not like trying to read everybody's gossip or text messages, just stuff like that. I just like I want to know stuff. Now, when I'm exposed to it and I find connections, that's a dangerous part, right? Because then, I'll get like lost up in it. But I'm like, nah, I can't go down that rabbit hole. I may never come out. But nah, I definitely want to do some true crime stuff. I definitely want to just do some things for awareness, even if I just go live for a short time to be like, hey guys, because live notifies and reaches different people, right? So even if it's just like, hey, this came out, this kid is missing, something like that, that can be really helpful. I mean, I have noticed that when I have shared things locally that maybe had just come out from the police in the police news, just like a couple hours ago, it hasn't been picked up by regular media yet. And a lot of times, if you're sharing that out, that is how people can get found in that short window. So I think that's a really great way to use but at the same time, so like while my goals might be like a little different, like longevity wise, like you have to build up your channel in order to have a meaningful reach, right? I don't want to build it up the wrong way, because then you're not going to have the people that are interested in that. But at the same time, that's not also just what I'm interested in. So it's much like Duchess, where she felt kind of crossed, it seems like, for a little while because people would question her if she did anything other than, missing kids, let's say. But she never really came off or, portrayed herself as just that's solely what her channel was. And as you can see my description, it's quite the mix. But that's kind of what my intention is to do a mix, is to make people laugh, to take pressure off of the darkness in real life and out here, and also to sometimes dive into that darkness where that truth can be found. That's always been an interest and importance to me. I'm not going to be the loudest one out here trying to expose somebody, right? I don't knock people that necessarily do. I think maybe that has a purpose, but that's just not the way I am. Okay. I don't find that effective for me. I feel like people take you more seriously when you just are credible. You know what I mean? Like when you're just consistent, when you are transparent, not when you do all this other stuff to pretend that you are. So, hey, Heather, good to see you. Thank you so much for all your comments on my shorts and stuff. I really appreciate it. I love read them all. Sometimes I'm only able and I can't reply to everything. I will try to go back and reply. But if it's like real quick or I'm at work or something, I at least try, I'm definitely reading it. So I let you know, give you a little heart with everyone. But I want to reply back because I like that conversation and I'm asking for your guys' input. So it's kind of silly to ask and then to like leave it hanging and not actually have a conversation about it. But I really appreciate you guys leaving those comments for sure. For sure. I mean, that just shows me that you watched, and in that, I appreciate. Hey, Flo, what's up, beautiful lady? How you doing this morning? It's so good to see you. So good to see you. Oh my God, we have been live for 2.5 hours, guys. Is anyone else live at the moment? Let's take a look. Let me take a little look-see. Still look-see. No, I don't see anyone. Mm-mm. I don't really see anyone. Unless I'm missing it, but all right, cool. Mm-mm. Not that our whole, 20 some people in here, not that you aren't even more important, but not that, we're going to necessarily take from many of our favorite creators, but I still don't want to take anyone. And our fabulous mods out here, my goodness. But if y'all are bored, that's what I'm here for. I am on the East Coast. Yep. It's 9:33 a.m. here. Oh, thank you, Heather. I know I subbed up to you because I saw, I don't know if it was just my device I was on, but I was able to see your profile picture good. And I could see your guinea pigs. And so I subbed up just so I could see your guinea pigs. I didn't know if you had any content about them, but I was like, I just saw your profile picture, so I subbed up. Oh my God, let me show you guys. Speaking of, look at this. Look at this. So I got this like new hideout and it was only like $6 on Amazon. And it's a mountain and it's like super squishy and it's got like the removable pad inside. Look at Greg. Look at him. This was on top of me, like on my belly. He was splooted. Even his little head was resting. Look at him. Dude, I will lose like hours. I will lose hours. And I'm like, I gotta record this. Yeah, it's like guinea pigs, like obviously, aren't going to get tons of views or anything like that, but who cares, They're adorable and should be shared with the world. And those who do appreciate guinea pigs, like they really like it. So I appreciate you saying that. That's so awesome. I follow a few people who just do guinea pig content, which I think is hilarious. And a few subs out here have told me that they're like, you got to check out my guinea pig page. And one girl one time was like, we should do guinea pig lives together. And I'm like, I don't even do guinea pig lives. What do you mean? What you mean? That's Gregor's. That's Sir Greg. And then we have Gary. 33 in North Idaho. Bless. Bless, girl. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I lived in New York for a long time. But this is about as far north as I want to go anymore. All the power to you. Now, I would like to visit, absolutely, because it's just gorgeous out there. And I have been to Wyoming. I would like to visit, but nah. The cold weather ain't for me. I'm like baking in the sun here because I have a long sleeve shirt on. It's like crazy town. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to get back on so I can see all the things that's happening. Cool. You belong to a guinea pig community, Flo? No way. You're gonna have to share that with me. I do have a community page, guys, and I have set it up that you guys can post there. Is unless, something updated with YouTube and I have to, reset that setting, but as far as I know, you guys should be able to post there. So like just like how I post on my, you know, YouTube posts, you guys can do that there too. So you can share links, you can share photos. Now keep in mind what community we are in, so be careful of anything personal getting out there, but disclaimer there. And whatever you're comfortable with, but just so you're aware of that. But yeah, you can totally post stuff there too if you want to share anything, or if you like want me to check something out, and you're not on X, because like X is a super easy way to do that too. But if you just want to tag me, or you can, instead of doing that, you can just put it on the community. Now should I get notifications for it? Oh, Montana. Yeah, Montana would definitely be beautiful. All that out there for sure. Yeah, I went whitewater rafting, the Snake River. I hiked the Grand Tetons. That's an interesting story. Did all the things. It's much different than here, I'll tell you that. It's so flat. Spent a lot of winter in Texas. I lived in Texas as well. I lived in San Antonio, which is a beautiful city. Was then. Beautiful city. I absolutely would have stayed there if I didn't go back to New York. That's funny. You'd like to move out west, Pistol Amy? Yeah, I would absolutely consider moving, like when my boys go to college. I just said that out loud. When they geez, when they do, yeah, I would consider absolutely moving either near them or just don't tell them, or just somewhere completely different if they want to spread their wings, which I hope they do. That's what I did, and I'm glad I did because I definitely have a lot more life experience than people who stayed here. Wouldn't you? Lucky if you're still around, you know what I'm talking about. You know. Uh-oh, Popo's coming. They're coming for Robo. People coming through to play basketball. I love it. I love it. I had a kid tell somebody not to mess with me yesterday because I play basketball. Whatever that means. I'll juke you, get you. You ain't getting past me. Oh, it's like it's nice here. Like in the sun. I mean, I could literally be in shorts and a t-shirt right now and be fine. 100%. Like I have my sleeves jacked up. It could be the caffeine too. It very well could be. This is a super duper creation I came up with from Wawa. Listen, this guy's an iced latte. Okay. There's 0 sugar. So it's got 0 sugar, salted caramel, energy boost, immunity boost, 2% milk, ice, cold foam on top. Whatever. Oh, it does have Oreo sprinkles. What? I'm pretty positive I didn't ask for that, but okay. Well, that explains a lot. I'm sure the Oreo is not sugar free. The dummy. You big dummy. I'm just kidding. I don't think that about service people at all. You lived in an RV by yourself? Oh my God, I would totally do that. I absolutely would do that. I like, guys, I'm bougie, but I also don't need much. You know what I mean? Like, I could do that and then I could just like stay at a hotel if I wanted some luxuriousness for a period of time or something like that. But no, I could totally do that. Absolutely. I could definitely do it on a boat as well. I know, they're trying to get me with the Oreos flow. Like, what the hell? I choose no Oreos. I can't believe it. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know what to kind of think about all this mess, except for my little theory that I just really think it goes to, hopefully it's not connected more to the case. I really think it is, if you got, and if you think about it, so as you'll probably have to rewind because I don't think I could coherently say all of it again, but just kidding. But I do feel like Clue and Queen were the original targets, especially with the Rico. I think Brittany always was going to have an issue with Granny because she was competition, and Granny didn't want anything to do with her. And I don't think Beej accepts that well. And on top of that, I think she became a bit obsessed with it. And then she did not want her covering the case because she wanted all the coverage, guys. She didn't want to share anymore. You know, she already had to share, like I said, with Green Team people. She definitely didn't want to share with somebody who doesn't think fondly of her, right? And that's kind of how they all think, frankly. They believe in freedom of speech until it's they're ready to take somebody out. But and this is all my opinion, all speculation, all theory. I can back it up, and that's why I think the way I do. However, with Nick the Hat, he was I mean, and you can just see it from his content on YouTube. He was focused on Clue more and Queen, mentioned by name. Never mentioned Granny's watching, never mentioned Barbecue Lady. May have later. Um, so that to me was due to needing to start in Pennsylvania. Years later, maybe they could have branched out to other states, especially if you're off parole, right? So, anyways, I think that even like they were originally the targets, but then if you think about recently, even with everybody getting along, to me, Blue and Queen have come out to be more well liked. Okay. They have gained bigger audiences. They have gained loyal subscribers. They have gained loyal donators as well. Okay. Without begging, which probably drives people crazy. But also at the same time, while they're doing that, they're exposing and they're also covering true crime cases. So imagine also while being more and more well liked in the community, more respected, started noticing probably more connections. Okay. That these people just aren't all Fallons, right? And unprofessionals. I think somebody got a little scared. And if you also look at views, you look at actual statistics and data, I think it would have been continued. Okay? I do. I do think it was an accident that this all came about now. So that's all. Based off of that, what did this hooker talk about last night? What did she go on about until early this morning, until like right before I came on? I didn't watch it. Should I? Should I watch it? What do you think? Should I watch it, guys? And then I can make some clips and stuff. And then since I know how to, because I like this better than the screencast. Because the screencast was just like my tiny little bubble and voice over, what you're looking at on my screen, like playing YouTube. But I like this a little more. What do y'all think? Definitely watch. You watched it. You didn't listen to it, but you watched. Okay. It's also bonkers and disheartening. Says, "Hey Cynthia, good to see you. Thank you so much for thumbs up. Appreciate it. Appreciate it and the love." Flo, you were interested in what I thought. I kind of just breezed through it. If you if you didn't, if you want to do it on the replay, that's fine. I did talk about it a lot already. It's not that I mind, it's just, I did already. So it is there. I don't want to bore everybody else, but oh my God. Oh my God, Eva B. It's for real though, guys. It's for real. I gotta be perfectly. Oh, geez. Oh, hell. It landed on me. Oh my God. Pause. This is a real bee invasion. And it's off to a flower. Guys, I am bee approved. I am bee approved. I wish I would have recorded that. That was really pretty cool. It landed on my pants for a second. Like said hi. What? I love it. Oh, you heard it. Okay, cool. Thank you, Flo. I appreciate that. Did it make sense? You know what I mean? Other than if it were to be deeper and tied to the case, you know what I mean? Which is always a possibility, but I'd rather not speculate that with like zero. Not zero, but you know what I mean? Mainly speculation. Mainly Spitfires both streams on Rumble. Nice pistol, thank you. Cool, I'd rather do that for sure. And I can always clip that too, give her lots of credit. I'll check out and see what's out there. So definitely watch it. Because I could totally do that and I can go on later. I can I'll try to like go on like maybe like an hour ahead of time or something like that. So you guys at least get the notifications. But I could always do that later, you know what I mean? I really kind of wanted to see she wasn't even done until like what? 5 or something my time this morning. I didn't even realize, you know what I mean? By the time I looked at it, I think she had just ended like 30 minutes before. Um, I watched like a couple minutes, like a spot, watched. Like, and there was just a lot. It was a lot. Craig was there. Sorry, excuse me. It was a lot. One sec, guys. Woo! I didn't want to burp in your ear. That was, ew, that would have been nasty. Um, but yeah, I did, and it seemed like a lot. So, like I said, I don't want to be going on live like straight doing that all the time, but it's not like I go live all the time anyway, so who cares? But yeah, I could totally do that, and like either, yeah, I could do this. I mean, I was up early, so I can't do too late, but I could find a good time that like where no one else major is live. I mean, I'm sure we'll have plenty of people going over it, but I could actually do it and come on back live if no one else is live in like an hour from now. You know what I mean? So, if you guys want to do it together, I would love it. Peekaboo, what's up? My home slice superstar. My home slice superstar. Give me that autograph. Give me that graph. Give me that graph. Give me that graph. Pika, pika, boo. Pika, pika, peekaboo. Pika, pika, peekaboo. Sorry. I am so sorry. Wow. I was lost in a vortex. Pika does that to you, though. Peekaboo, thank you so much for being here. Peekaboo is the one of the fabulous mods over at Nonsense. And several other channels, I would say. Queen, right? I think Queen. I think so. Yeah, girl, chocolate. And QB reviewed some with Clue. I saw that. That was late. That was late because like I think I fell asleep in Clue's second live. I want to say I'll definitely have to go through that. I'm sure it was hilarious. Them too making each other laugh. Are you serious? Oh my god! Just Queen's laugh does everything for me. Oh my god! I can't get enough. Not in a weird way, Queen. That kind of weirded myself out, but you know what I mean. Not Queen? Okay, cool, cool. Earthy. You definitely mod for Earthy. She holds you hostage all the time. Trying to get another RO, I'm sure. Hey, Canvas and Crime. Good to see you. Good to see you. Did you like that? Was that your first Truth yard sale? They're a little too much fun, to be honest. A little too much fun. Infectious laugh, most definitely. Most definitely. Were you dancing to my rap, Pistol Amy? I love it. It's hard for you to watch in real time. That's it. That's it, right? A like I'm like, what am I even doing? Like watching this happen? Like I literally will do that, and I'll click it off. I'm like, oh my god. But yeah, I just can't. I can't watch in real time. It's too much. Too much of not enough. If that makes sense. You spent a lot of money, Canvas. I know, girl. I know. I know. And then Truth will be like, "Where's the crime?" And you'll be like, "Truth, bro. Like, I just dropped hundos. Like, I don't shop like this in real life." No, I'm just kidding. I don't shop, 3 times a week like this, that's for sure. But nah, he knows he'll be there like for the one you're interested in. You know what I mean? Like I look for certain things. I don't go to everyone either. Matter of fact, the only membership I pay for every month, and this even includes ones that I mod for. Okay, the only one I pay for every month is Gluminati, and that's because I always have, and I leave it, and that's it. I probably tend to get free memberships otherwise. I also usually would purchase. I usually gift memberships rather than buy one for myself. I guess so. You know, most of the people I watch don't have stuff locked behind memberships, so I guess that's how I get away with it. Sounds terrible, but no, I mean I mod for Earthy, right? I'll drop whatever. Might just drop one at one time, but I'll drop 10 memberships. But I won't buy one for myself. you know, Whatever. Helps the community. It's all pay it forward because you know what? I'm about to get my golden bumble 100% for free. Yeah, bitch. I'm about to get my golden bumble at no cost. Truth, you can't find a better deal than that, sir. I'm just saying. Just saying. You gotta love peekaboo. There's no other way around it. Because if you don't love peekaboo, peekaboo will get your ass. No, I'm just kidding. There's something wrong with you. If you don't like being greeted with hello dear and you don't like logic, level head, well, that sounds like more your problem, right? Hecky girl. And then all this drama happened. I just hope Truth got my email. I'm sure he did. I'm sure he did. Canvas, if you're not on Discord, you can always shoot something to me. I'll put it in Discord. For Truth, I'm just offering that. I'm not one of his mods, but I would do that. And I'm sure he got the email though. If not, he has a team to read it, right? I heard, I honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I think Beach does one of his diop. I do. I think ever since he came on camera, I don't think she can handle it. I think that's why she can't talk about it. Stop talking about him. And Beach, you most certainly did 6 lives in a row. Honey, I can do math. You did 6. I'm sorry, you don't realize that. Do you not remember? You were sleeping in a few of them, so maybe you don't. But between your both channels, okay, and the one panel you were on, 6 lives in a row. Actually, there was the last one that made 7. Now, I'm not even counting last night's. Okay, this is the night before. Actually, but when Truth said it, it was 6. But there has been 7. It's true. Like, I don't know how, but, that's what we do, right? We just think we're just going to say things, and there's enough people that will take it as fact and not check, right? What are they going to do? Frankly, that's what I'm sure she thinks. Absolutely, there were. I think she's a little mad. I think she's a little pressed. I think she's a little hard pressed for the hard pressing. That right there could be like a spoken word. I think she's mad. I think she's pressed. I think she's pressed for the hard pressing. That makes her mad with hardness and pressure. Yep, that's it. There you go. Spoken word live on the tubes. Can't beat it, right? I'm a mess. But you know what? I'm a mess everywhere. I get told this in real life. And it's also why they keep me, okay? Dang it, I thought I was hiding so well. You weren't supposed to see me. Well, Pika, you are a ghost. There is that. Yeah, thank you for dropping that elevated link. Like, you can drop whatever link you want. You know that. Whatever link you want. Isn't it great to be able to trust people like that? Lori Fax says, I think she knows the best way to get men to comply is to do exactly what she's doing. Poke, then play the victim, framing him as unstable, aggressive, and a threat. She isn't educated, but she is cunning. Girl. Hold on. Hold on. Food peas. Y'all hear that? My whole neighborhood just heard that. It echoed, not a phone. That was a beach clap. No, I'm sorry. That's not right. That's not right. If it was a beach clap, it would be like, yes, Lori. Exactly, girl. Thank you. You know exactly what I'm talking about. With a southern accent. I could have done that too, but she never hears it. I'm sure she'd get upset. Then I was mocking her. poor southern little accent that she just tries to make so sweet for Truth. She really wants to make sure Truth knows she's a good southern girl, just in case. Just in case he really isn't that happy. Right? Isn't that right, Beige? I do declare. That's what my fake southern accent is more like. Oh wait, isn't she from Georgia though? I love it. Anyway, so yeah, I think she really wants that deal. I won't think she wants it. Not that I, want to think about Truth Diak in that way, and he is married, and I don't know Mrs. Truth personally, but I like Mrs. Truth very much. I like her because she puts up with Truth, and she seems to be the perfect match for him. So I love to see that. Um, but okay, getting back, fuck, hell, forgive me. Getting back to Lori, she says, I think she knows the best way to get men to comply. That comment. I completely agree. I completely agree. And that's what I felt when Truth was at, frankly, on Jay's panel forever ago when Jay first had an issue with Truth. I commented in clues about this. I found it weird at that I remember it like yesterday. I remember Truth. I remember Truth coming off like he was yelling. I remember Jay stopping him and saying something about it and commenting about him being aggressive. And I remember finding it weird. I remember finding that it was overboard and that it was dramatic. And I remember going like, that's weird. You know what I mean? And I watched Jay at the time, like, just recently. But I was like, hmm. And I like how I did. I just made a little mental note. Like I had a little tab, right? Little post-it tab on that in my brain. So when all this came about, it surfaces, right? And I'm like, oh yeah, I do remember all that. And I do remember thinking it was weird, right? And that's a lot how Beach reacts to men out here. And Clue is very much correct. It's very tiresome to think that men can't have opinion. Men can't be intelligent. Men can have emotions and stand independently, right? Not behind or in front of their spouse, but another female creator. Imagine that. Okay, and it be for no other reason. Imagine that, right? But absolutely, I completely concur with that. I don't like that kind of it's like to me, not being political, it's like a reverse feminism. And I think men go through a lot, not every man, but I think a lot of men who are out here working men, family men, go through a lot and bear a lot on their shoulders and are not given the freedom to talk about it or express it or even just express themselves and let that steam off their chest in a different way, right? So just because somebody gets animated, like think about a woman who does that, right? Would it be seen the same way? Who gets loud or animated? Look at freaking Joneson out here. My good God. That is her constant level. Who the hell speaks like that all the time? Can you imagine? Plug your ears, guys. It's coming, okay? Like, could you imagine? Could you imagine? Could you imagine just be out here just talking like that all the freaking time? Oh my God! I can't believe it. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, right? Like, who could imagine? Like, that is my blood pressure would be so high. Could you imagine just constantly talking but imagine with a man, it's different. His voice is deeper, you dummy. So it's no different though, than being animated or passionate or whatever. Sometimes it is angry and aggro. I get it. It is. And you might be traumatized by that because of your experiences. Totally get that too. But that's for you to work through so you can function in life and not carry that into every other aspect in relationship or association in your life, right? That's not our problem. Okay. We're not the ones who need to alter, right? How we absorb content is how we are free to absorb content. No, I 100%. That's just a fabulous comment. I'm sorry. I went on and on about that. Let's let's see. I heard she was stalking after trying to find his page. Pika. Nobody puts baby in the corner. Nobody puts baby in the corner. Nobody. I ain't being in the corner for that. You know why? Because that's what I think. No, I was saying it last night. You know, about OF. Y'all think Craig has tried to get BJ on there? You think he has? You think he tried to get his cash call on there? I'm just saying. This is just a question. It's also a question if they're related. That's all. It's a tiny little tiny question if they were related. Therefore, I mean, was just picked. We could have said like half brother. You know, you got to pick some relation if you're gonna like read the question and theorize about it. I mean, if you put your relationship on the YouTubes, it's gonna be looked at and viewed on the YouTubes. I'm feeling extra musical with zero voice. Extra musical. You can get some coffee, Bika. Lori Fax says the Pika she does, but it's different. Guys, I'm reading comments, because, I'm on mobile. I'm not pinning comments, right? You guys can see the chat up there. But also, I do like to consider that people are going about their everyday life and not glued, their eyeballs aren't glued to the chat, and they're just listening. Okay. So that's why the reading of the comments and what you guys say is important. Otherwise, why would we do this? She does. So Lori says the Pika, she does, but it's different. When you do it, I'll bring this closer because I'm old. When you do it to a man, the threat is more viable and believable. What she's doing to men on this platform have real world consequences and is a dangerous game. Very excellent point. Very excellent point. It's not the dragging of truth, it's the defaming of truth, right? Because and the combining it with mentioning his business, that's literally what defamation is. It's literally how you would prove defamation affects you. Okay, Brittany, that you failed to do in multiple states now. Anyway. Let's see. Pika says, I see him getting passionate about certain topics. And if I'm being honest, more folks should get passionate about those things. Girl. Right? A woman who screams and rants is a crazy bitch. A man is a threat. It's insane how perception changes. You're right. It's not always seen positive or just ignored. Yes, you're a crazy bitch. Yep. You're right. Canvassing crime. I will see you on these streets. I appreciate you stopping in very much, and I appreciate you supporting truth for sure. Sure. I mean, he can speak for himself, but I appreciate it. She says, love y'all. Swapping over to headset. Got lots of art to finish up. Big show in Georgia next weekend. Nice. Oh, are you gonna, or is it your crime show? Here, what I'm gonna do, Canvas, if you are still in here or if you are able to get back, I just went ahead. I'm gonna add you as a mod. Feel free to drop your own link to that crime thing that you got going on. You'll be better. Your show, right? Aren't you gonna have a table at you know, God, I'm events. Like complete loss for words, and it sounds stupid, but I'm not doing you justice. So you can do it better. And I know you offered to um, have some of True stuff there, which is super cool, super cool. So 100% feel free to drop that. Absolutely. I know I can ask you, Lucky. I know I can. But like I'd have, we'd have to get it to you. You'd have to go up. You know what I mean? Nobody needs to do that much work this early on a Saturday. Nobody. Not a one. It's not that serious. You know what I mean? And Lucky didn't say a thing. So I'm literally talking to Lucky's mind that I read right now. Thank you, Pika. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. It's Jen's Mask. Good morning. Thank you for coming in. Good to see you. I love that meme. Because I'm over here talking about the mess I am. I'm a fun mess though. You know what I mean? Like I'm a productive, fun mess. Okay. I don't let it get me arrested. I don't let it um get me fired. I don't let it whatever. You know what I mean? I'm fun. It's just about being just laughing, because like we've all been through a lot, right? I'm just gonna assume we've all been through a lot. So it's great that we can kind of consume some of this content together, right? Some of this crazy ass shit on the street together, these dumpster fires, just to process it and be like, wow, that was hot and steamy, and then move on, right? And if you're kind of doing it together, you know what I mean? It's like watching a horror, it's like not watching a horror movie alone, you know? To me. Some of this is real true crime though. I'm telling you. But other than that, I say let's make each other laugh. It's so heavy out there. But you won't see me covering politics. I will do some news stuff. I do plan on doing, like I said, some true crime stuff, which is absolutely heavy, and I'll keep that separate. I have mentioned Sebastian's name in this stream while probably at the same time while dragging Beige, and was completely tied into what I was speaking about. I have not tagged Sebastian at all, and I wouldn't. But if I'm actually talking about something for awareness or to inform or to educate, I would separate it. But I do. Like I said, I would like to just go live, especially if something like local came out that hasn't hit regular media yet, that could potentially help find a kid, help find a escape prisoner. I don't know, help find, freaking somebody, most wanted, like whatever. I do think it's effective. I do think it works. I feel like the police wouldn't seek the public's assistance if it didn't, right? So, uh-oh. The bee is back. The bee is back, guys. You feel the same? I want to pet that thing. I want to pet those tail feathers, says Beige. I want to pet that wiggly thing under your neck. It makes me feel like Craig's balls, you know what I mean? And he's always talking about these nuts on my wide ass sunken face. Find out if I lay on my back, they rest really just perfect. They rest perfect right in the middle. Right in the middle. Hey, Robin Hood. Hey, True. We already dropped your link, sir, but feel free. Feel free to drop it again. You can do it yourself, even. Don't work too hard, though. Okay, we need to keep you in prime shape. for Beach, okay? Because she is hot on that Diak. Like I said, I'm not trying to think about your Diak. I'm sorry, Mrs. Truth. But Beach wants it. Beach wants it. I know you're not threatened or worried, so that's why I'm gonna laugh at it. But she wants it. She wouldn't mind if you were sitting on that stinky chair with her. She just wouldn't. Okay? I'm just gonna say it. I think this is her adolescent way to get your attention. You know? Poke, poke, poke. Hey guys. Welcome in. Oh my goodness. If you haven't realized, Elevated Truth from Elevated Truth Podcast and Elevated Truth Social, aka the yard sale, is in the building. Rooster Squad. You know, you gotta roll out the red carpet for some people. Give me a second, guys. I gotta blow my nose, okay? I don't want to be out here like Froggy. Bye. You know, if Froggy still had a channel. Just saying. So yeah, this is my little VTuber live stream here. So I can do some things and not do the screencast as much. Since Truth's here, since he's here, we'll have a little palate cleanser. I've been on for, over 3 freaking hours right now. Lucky's like, are you for real? I'm gonna do a little palate cleanser, okay? I've done this once already. But in my humble opinion, once is never enough. And away we go.
I tried to ship it straight to America, but the company, although it's like you put an American address in, I've decided I'm going to put my package together. I tried to ship it straight to America, but the company, although it's like you put an American address in, it wouldn't ship it. So I'm getting it sent here, and then I'm going to ship it to her. The British, what are you looking at that for? I'm sending her some things.
I hate y'all. I want y'all to know that with everything in me, I hate y'all. Let me share with you guys.
Why?
Just let me share with you guys. This is what my people do to me. They don't love me. No. They send me stuff like this.
Just so y'all know, this is my own short. This is my own short that I created using fair use from Elevated Truth Podcast. This is when Trisha Talks was on this panel. This is my own short of me. Look at my directing skills. I love it.
What the heck?
What the fuck?
What the heck?
How do you not look at the owl?
I'm gonna send this to Trip.
It's like a directional beacon to the right place. Look at the owl's nose. Wait, hold on. Look at the beak.
I know the beak.
Tell me I'm wrong. You won't unsee it now.
Oh, trust me, I was looking straight there. Oh my gosh.
But then her face.
People think about it. I'm gonna send that to Trip. I sent him that video of people think about it. I'm gonna send that to Trip. I sent him that video of Moon and he was like, oh, I was eating.
Oh, y'all are assholes for sending me that. Thank you. No, thank you.
Well, who was it? One lady sent me a merkin. Oh, that was funny. I'll have to find that and send it to you. Or she was wearing a merkin over her clothes. It was so funny.
That's disturbing too. But SaneOutlaw's fault. Oh, that is probably SaneOutlaw's sister-in-law. That's family right there. Okay?
I love how she has the coolest sunglasses. SaneOutlaw does.
She stole them off of Elvis's corpse. She grave robbed
Oh.
some bitches.
Oh, well, that's it. Yeah. What do you think? Now, can't y'all tell while Beej wants his yak so bad? Can't you tell? Oh my gosh, let me say hi to some people. Give me. Mm. Oh my God, I can't get enough of it, frankly. That is Owl Lady from TikTok. I don't know anything else. Okay. I don't know anything else except for that is what came up first when I searched for at night on TikTok. That's all. That's all I know. Okay. And then Charming got Truth to play it live. That live reaction recorded. Live reaction recorded. The owl is, the owl is definitely a spooky. Woo, 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 woo. You know, I'm hip thrusting 100%. Girl next door, welcome in. Good to see you. Oh my goodness, I love seeing all these familiar names. Shelby Lynn, what you doing, girl? Love you. Good to see you. Always killing it out on these streets and on X. Huh? Miss Sarah. Miss Sarah's one of those fellow guinea pig people. She's got some stuff. Got your coffee. You're awake now, Robin? Girl. 7:30 and you're wide awake with that mess. Huh? Come on now. That is confident. I don't understand why Beej is now here doing shit like that. She would make so much fucking money. Are you serious right now? She would make so much freaking money. Excuse my language. It's too early for that. You fix the alignment. Thank you. Right? Your guinea pig was yelling because you slept in. Ah, they were on such a schedule. Oh, I move. Like, let me just move, right? God forbid if you crinkle plastic. I have to sneak chips. They lose their minds. And I'm like, why are you screaming at me? I just want a salty snack, salty, crunchy snack. Mm. Truth is gone, huh? He said, that's enough. That's it. He said, I don't like Sane anymore. I'm never coming back again. I'm just saying. I really think that she might be a little interested. Truth, did you see this? If you're still here, Truth. Well, no, I made a whole short out of this, but this was just the animation.
Cousins first, best friends forevermore.
You wanna watch again? I'm sure the people who have been here for a while are quite tired of it, but
Best friends forevermore.
isn't that adorable? Look at them. Look at this couple. So cute. So cute. How adorbs. Yeah, we just kind of chit chatted. I was showing some, a couple little things, some screenshots. We talked a little bit about the creator drama, not a whole lot, kind of, a little bit about the case, a little bit about the RICO, a little bit of everything. Apparently, I gotta watch, the hooker heifer from last night. So she ended like what, like right before I came live this morning. So apparently, so I might come back on with some, because the way this like stream thing works is it makes it pretty easy for me to add things and show you guys instead of screencasting, which I wasn't real crazy about. And I can like do more things and it not affect, like what you guys see. And which is totally cool. But I have to clip stuff, you know. So fortunately, I have a lot of stuff in my vault easily accessible, but I'm going to go ahead and probably clip some things out instead of just, you know, replaying to review on YouTube kind of thing. I'll check out what's out there. I heard Spitfire did 2 Rumbles, so I'm sure the Kramer Reels was on it. Let me see what you guys are saying. She has no dignity left. She might as well try laughing at herself. Hey, I laugh at myself all the time. That's the thing. You can't tell me nothing. You literally can't do a thing to me because I will roast myself right back better. You know what I mean? You just can't. I mean, I don't know. That might sound a little cocky, but it is what it is. Um, has nothing to do with ego, anything like that. Like, I just think you should be able to laugh at yourself. You know what I mean? Like, why can't you acknowledge you're ridiculous? You know what I'm saying? Like, I know I don't got eyebrows. Like, so I know I can have a big forehead. So, whatever. If my hair is straight up, I'll be right there making the joke. Like, you're not wrong. I mean, like, why get upset about it? Whatever. That just means I can say stuff about you, though, right? So, thank you, Lucky. Oh my gosh, you guys are awesome. Lucky Pika. Yeah, I'm doing it on my phone. Yep. Yep. Straight doing it on my phone. This is, so in this, I can either go live right on camera, right? And it just, be like on YouTube, but I can add these widgets, which is like the chat and stuff like that, my logo, like whatever. Or I can, which I'm guessing. And then, because they're kind of like, you build them in. So that's like, I can quickly add stuff and bring it up. But like, if I have it like that, or I don't have a video file of it, I can't. So that would have to be like the screencast kind of thing, for me at least on mobile. But it's kind of cool because I can do that, or I can make a video, or I can use the VTuber here, this is apparently my V self. Yeah. Closest to adult one there is. And you can add different backgrounds, like they have little different backgrounds like this. So for me, this is on mobile more engaging to look at than like the YouTube background on mobile live, which is if you're not on camera, right? You turn off your camera. It's just like as if you're on panel, right? It's just a black background with your YouTube Google avatar and your bubble going, just like BJ does most of the time. So I find this better, since you're not doing all that extra stuff necessarily that you might, because you're on a mobile or vertical live. But I like that you can do some of these extra things, you know. So when you're playing something, you take other things away and whatnot. So it just takes a minute, but if you just talk during it, I guess it won't seem like you're fumbling around so much. I mean, I always play back my stuff, right? I only just started live streaming, but I always play back. Um, I hate hearing myself, I'll tell you that. Who doesn't? But I will play my, I can do better, right? I can improve things. And I will, be like, oh yeah, I could do this or that. So that's what kind of gave me the idea for this live is I wanted to try more things. The only way to do that is to actually do it, and I'd rather do it while providing something for you guys who are here than just either just hearing me talk or, I'm kind of just like not saying much and not like, or hold on, hold on, hold on. And I'm just kind of like providing you other people's content, basically, right? So it's just kind of my personal thing. I wasn't comfortable with that. I didn't like that, or I don't like that. So, you know what I mean? Like, I want to provide more. I don't know. It's a lot for you guys to choose to be here, in my opinion. So, like, I have my other, phone here that is on what this is going to sound like Seth moment. That's just on Wi-Fi. So I have like just my old phone, I kept because it's perfectly sort of fine. It's not broken or anything, so I can at least look at YouTube chat this way, which I didn't feel comfortable not having before, right? But you can't do it when you're can't do it easily from a streaming service, let's say, on mobile. Okay, keep in mind it's on mobile. So yeah, I do a lot with my phone, so that's why like if I was gonna do live, that's what I wanted to do, A, because I've said like it's hard for me to station somewhere, you know. I'd rather not constantly be muting all the time, and I don't want background noise for you guys, and for various reasons. But, I'll sit outside in the morning because, I live in the city, but I'll sit outside in the morning because it's fairly quiet. Like there's people that are playing basketball. You might, if you hear voices, they're adults, but there's some little traffic. But that's kind of like to me like ambient sounds almost. So, but I just can't. I don't know. I don't know if it's ADHD in me. I just can't station. Like that used to like in the C19 days that used to drive me absolutely crazy with Zoom. You had to have a whole setup. And I did. I had like a whole podcast setup for it because I didn't like doing it half-ass basically, but yeah. I don't want my kids to be that kid on Zoom. It was terrible. No, it was terrible, guys. And that's why like I think TikTok panels drive me nuts and sometimes like and that's why I can't go on a panel. Like I do go on panels from time to time. I can't go on if there's a lot of people. It makes me very anxious. It's and usually there's a delay, you know what I mean? Somewhere. So it just makes me anxious and I detest talking over people. I like to have a conversation, like to listen. It's very important. You hate hearing yourself on a panel. You hate hearing yourself too, Pika. Yeah, Robin said that too. Yeah, I do have a very busy real life. Like at the same time, I'm very chill, but and that always, of course, comes first, right? So, um, I try to I try to learn, get in things when I can. Like you should always be right, trying to prove everything, improve at anything you do, right? Like I paint. Like I don't want to keep painting shitty if I paint shitty, right? I'm just saying. You always want to get better at something. Like I don't want to go out there and play basketball and, airball constantly. Like what the hell? Like why would I do that? I'd be like something's wrong. I'd stop playing basketball. You know what I mean? So it's just how I am. Just how I am. Miss Hey, Choo Choo, what's up, girl? Choo Choo. Sorry I missed you. I had to go back. Was MK in here? Oh, drop link. I'd like to talk. Dude, I'm on mobile. I think this actually does have that a capability, but I'm pretty sure I have to choose for people to join me prior to starting the live, at least on YouTube. So I can't even do that, MK, even if I were. I think you know that, and I think you know that's why I said that, because you never go on any panel anymore. Not that you haven't been, I've heard you before. Just saying. I think you know that. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this looks like super cool. I mean, you're free to be here, MK. Whatever you put on here, um, you know, unless it's like disgusting, it's not going to be removed. It will be saved, but if you're going to be disgusting about somebody, of course it's going to be, don't be ridiculous. Camps and Grime, you love my voice? Well, just so you know, this is not my actual like voice now. Of course, you can go back to anything and hear my actual voice. But it's a restricted version of my voice right now, and it definitely can't go high. It can go lower, but it can't go any higher. I run out of air. Since I was sick this week, finally it got me. Finally, whatever was going around finally got me. It lasted quite a while. Gizmo. Oh, the gremlins. Gosh, I'm missing all this stuff. I gotta go all the way back here. Hold on, guys. I gotta read this chat. This is y'all. I love that you're keeping each other company. I love it. I permanently stuck to my phone. I do have a mic. I have a like an actual mic, so it doesn't. I'm sure I could have an adapter where I could hook it to my phone or something weird. But I do have the lapel mics. I don't like the one I have. Either that or I don't, or it doesn't. It's not as great with my earbuds. And I don't like certain like you couldn't, for example, like it wouldn't work on panel. There would be feedback. It might work on here. But I have new lapel mics coming. I got for super cheap, but like on a deal. So I have new ones coming. They're little fuzzy. They're little tiny fuzzy mics. Little fuzzy lapel mic. So I am gonna try that because I think that would make it more clear. At least I know sometimes when I do play it back, it sounds muffled. Part of that is me not trying to blast your eardrums out because when I do get excited, you know, I do. And neurodivergent. Okay. I do have the A of the D's. And when I get I'll get overstimulated basically. When I get excited, I can get loud. My voice can spike in your ears, you know what I mean? Totally recognize that. So part of that is not like I'm not trying to mumble, not trying to like talk like under my breath. I'm trying to talk more gentle. Let's see. Hold on. Apparently I missed some stuff. I'm catching up, guys. Just hopies, hopies. You know, we got some fanatics in here. Welcome to the Sane Out Fan Club. Sorry, Sane is not available at the moment, but while she adores and respects all of her fans, she cannot possibly reply to each and every one. As a token of her appreciation, please accept this shiny keychain. Love, Sane. Hugs and kisses. That was for the trolls. Miss Sarah says, I thought about booting up a channel. I used to do a podcast, but I got too busy to continue it. I loved it, but it was a lot to keep up with when I started school. That was always my theory. I had somebody that tried to get me to do it in true crime a couple years ago until people in that community got really weird. Um, so not him necessarily, but his people. But yeah, he like wanted me to be like regular, come up, discuss cases, all that, and he was just like, you gotta start your own thing. And I was like, yeah, I really don't want to. That's a lot of work. I just, I don't like to commit to something and, not do it well, basically. But, I do realize a lot of people in this community are in the same way and they understand people have real lives and there's so much out here that, you know, his point was that you could go live like once a week, once or twice a week, and that will, kind of basically keep you in the algorithm, but you're still able to just do it as you enjoy it. You know what I mean? Since it's not for a job. So I think kind of if you keep that in mind, that's a little bit helpful. It doesn't seem as overwhelming, I guess. I think, like I said, I wasn't always intending on going live, but I did create some content and I was on camera. So I'm like, it's really not a big jump, really, frankly, at all. But at the same time, going live is a lot different. And I enjoy so much the people that do go live. And I do actually think they're good at what they do. And like, I don't want to do that shitty, basically. You guys will notice that, right? Here I am chit chatting. I'm trying to always come back. Oh, thank you, Choo Choo. I appreciate your perspective as well. Very level headed out here on these streets. Peekaboo is great on panel. Absolutely. I think you all should jump on panels every now and then. You know, pop that little cherry. It does help if you are even thinking about that or just not. Like if you just want to be a little bit more engaged in the community or you have things to say and you don't want to type it all the time, you know. It's a great way. You don't mind your voice being out there. Which is, you know, unless you're doing some shady shit, like how are you really going to be doxxed by your voice? That's not it's not really possible, right? Or unless you're big on social media in your real life or something like that under something different, right? So if you're not those things, like it's just your voice. You don't have to come on camera. So um or if you're not under 500 alts and a creator asks you to show real quick on in the back end, it is just to make sure you kind of are who you are and they're not about to get flashed or whatever. Like that is true. That is true because I've been on panel. Give me one sec. I just yep, got that. Okay, good. Hi. I was going back because thank you. Lucky was very kind. Oh, Karma Reels. Thank you for dropping that link. And for Spitfires. Yes, it is Prism. It's Prism. I used the screencast on my last live, Robin, like YouTube screencast. Um, and I actually I think I used the screencast on Prism the last time too. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It's like share screen or whatever. So this is just the Prism Studio, basically, and this is the VTube Studio. So you have some options you can choose from, but this is a way you can do it mobile and still kind of provide that, you know, Streamlabby type of, you know, like I said, to me, it's better than just like if you go off camera and it's just your avatar um, bubble, you know, your YouTube, Google avatar bubble. Sorry, guys, I just paused. It looks like the LDS is aggressive. Just, I may or may not be kidding. Oh my God, guys, there's so much. Hold on, this tiny chat. All right, I think I'm back where I was. Cool. Because I missed Choo Choo there for a minute, so. Hey, let me see. And then, okay, this is what I wanted to read. Give me one sec, guys. MK, are you J too? I would really hate to think that. I would really hate to think that. No, MK. It's not that you aren't allowed on panels. I mean, your words can't be trusted. I highly doubt you could be trusted not being on camera. There's that. Give me one sec, guys. I'm just gonna Okay, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. That was a Hode Peas moment. Hode Peas. So, yeah, I literally wasn't joking. I wasn't joking, guys. I wasn't joking. Give me I wasn't joking. I'm gonna do this right now in Discord. Give me one sec. Okay. Give me one sec. It'd be nice if I, but this is my life. This is my life. Share this. Be so kind to let me. It's just going slow, guys, because. Oh, wait, definitely wait. Definitely wait. Definitely wait. Okay, I sent that. Don't disconnect. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, okay. Wait. Got it. Hold on. Give me one sec. Okay, hold on, guys. Wait. Can you hear me, guys? Thumbs up. No, I don't think so. Hello, hello? Can you hear me, guys? Oh, man. I think it's gonna. Let me see if I can just close this out. There we go. Hello, hello? Oh, no. I'm gonna type in chat, guys. All right. I think I, ooh, I think I gotta close it, which will probably end the stream if you can still hear me. Okay. Oh, you can hear me? Oh, good, good, good. It keeps asking me to close the app because my device is overheating. So maybe since I closed everything, it'll shut it down. But I did, oh, okay, cool, cool. I am gonna end soon though, guys, because I did have to come inside because I was sitting in the sun and my phone was just baking in the sun. So don't worry about MK, guys. He's a bit obsessed with me. He followed me over from I don't know, been a while. He's commented on my stuff since probably the beginning of the case, anything I put out, he's commented on, and he also would follow me all over from Froggies and wherever. Um, MK is a little troll out here. He does what he does. Ain't really worried about it, but I appreciate you guys keeping an eye on. I don't want any of that nasty stuff, and he knows that about parents or families of missing kids. Not even about Seth. So knock it off. Knock it off. Um, so Lucky, if you happen to see, please don't go out of your way. I did drop in Clues Discord. What I was muted for just a few minutes ago and what was put into my hand. I just want you to see, okay? For verification purposes, all right? That literally was just put into my hand. So y'all know is I don't know, some Jesus stuff. Jehovah Witness. That's what it was. It was JW. Yep. Which was interesting. It was a group of indigenous people and they were looking at me from across the street and clearly I was looking at them and I was like, oh shit, this is some LDS business about, and I was like, are they really gonna come over here with me doing this? So I muted and she greeted herself. She just was on my steps and she's like, she was very nice. They were very nice and weren't pushy. Okay. Um, not pushy, anything like that. But she she said, "Oh, so I see you like to read." And I said, "Actually, I'm live streaming right now." And I said, "You're muted though. You're not on there, and you're not on camera." And she was like, "Oh, okay." She's like, "I won't take up too much of your time." And I was like, "Really, lady? Like you already have." And then she goes in. She's like, "May I just leave this with May I just give this to you?" And she hands me the card and she said, "There's a website on there." And I was like, "Okay, thank you. That's fine." And she's like, "Enjoy this beautiful day. You picked a beautiful spot for it." I I did. I had my sunglasses on, but I did feel the eye contact. I did. I did. Well, yeah, because I was like, that's some LDS business, and they're gonna still come over here. I did make eye contact. I wasn't wrong. But anyway, that's what that all was about. But I was like, I got to do this. Y'all wouldn't believe me. You just wouldn't believe me. It's too much. I got to show. Got to show it. Got to show it to somebody. And then in doing that, it was just too much for my phone in the sun. But well, guys, I have been on here for way too long. Okay, I'm sure people need things from me. Fortunately, though, I taught independence, so there it is. I said it. They did not give me the Watchtower literature. They did not. Mm-mm. I used to ride by the Watchtower every day on the subway, going from Brooklyn to Manhattan. I always thought it was interesting. I was like, "Man, Watchtower," and then I looked it up because I was so curious. Oh yeah, Pika, absolutely. Like you guys use your discretion. You know what I mean? Like I don't require things to be deleted. Unless it's about somebody else. Like if it's about me, feel free to leave it. Actually, I'd rather you leave it. If it's about somebody else, though, you know what I mean? And it's just nasty and is, of course, not factually correct either, absolutely delete it. Absolutely. You know, sometimes logical consequences are how we learn how to behave, right, MK? I don't know. See, this is not a good thing. And if you came up on panel, okay, if you came up on panel and heard my voice in your earbuds, look, I don't. Let's just face it. Like you wouldn't be able to handle it. You wouldn't. You'd lose your tiny little mind. It would be a tiny little like nugget that fell out of your ear like a ball of wax. Okay, just roll right out. I know. All along the watchtower. Yeah. Oh no, it absolutely is. They absolutely. I think it's. I think they might be in Lower Manhattan, but I think it's Brooklyn that the actual location is in. Um, what's up, MK? You're gonna go since you can't be trusted. Well, you can't be trusted. Like, are we gonna cry about it? Are we gonna try and gaslight me? We're gonna do like what kids do and be like, hey, with your lower lip out? Or are you gonna admit that you can't be trusted and you do fuck shit and you say dumb shit? I'm not saying you can't say shit, but you do say dumb shit. Like, come on, bro. You comment on enough of my stuff, you know. I even put it out there, right? Transparency is important. Hey, Brooke, what's up? That's okay, girl. That's why I read stuff out too, because I know people are just going about their day. You might be listening. I just appreciate your listening. You know what I mean? That's cool, cool, cool. Just trying to catch up. Charming Jenna was here. Did I miss? Oh, girl, my sisters, my sister wives. I missed you. You better make yourselves more known next time. Oh yeah, somebody did use your email, Charming. Sorry, guys. All right. I think I caught up. I think so. I think so. I think so. That's what I said. I said I've only known Charming to be on Discord, so and I'm just no offense, but I'm not gonna post your Discord without, you know what I mean? Sorry, guys. That was me. I muted. Sometimes we have to, right? But yeah, I was like in mid conversation here. Yeah. So anyway, obviously, I'm not gonna just put your Discord out without asking you. So you can't see MK. You might have him blocked. You might have him blocked. He's not being, as far as I know, he's not being completely erased. Good morning, Odin girl. Slacking over here. That's okay. It's Saturday. You slack all you want. I know. I still got coffee left. It's crazy. With Oreos in it for some reason. Sugar free, but with Oreos. Crazy. MK, did you get enough attention? Because I really gotta go. All right. What do you think? Is there something you wanted to say besides what you said that got deleted? Was there anything else? Because it is true. I can't. I have to select the feature to let people join prior to setting up the live, as far as I know. But you know, there was something you needed to tell me that couldn't wait for your next comment under one of my shorts or videos, then you know, feel free. You're here. I'm here. We're all here. Oh, it's MK Ultra. His avatar is of Aleister Crowley, who is a historical cult leader from like way back when. You could Google him. And he's somebody that also, from what I understand, Seth Rogers is interested in, and the name Alistair Ward came from. So, you know. MK likes to just come out here and say stuff, but MK did come out here and ask the same question that Marshmallow asked Truth on my live. So now I'm wondering, is MK J too? Is MK trying to pretend to be J? So J no? Is J MK? Is MK J? Is MK Marshmallow? Is MK just MK? Is MK Seth? Is MK Nick? Is MK Hall? Is MK Kayak League? Who knows? Right? Who cares? More so. But yeah, that's just so you guys know. MK Ultra says some pretty vile stuff out here on YouTube and then wonders why. But that's fine. I mean, if you have something to say, you're free to say it. I'll read it. As long as it's not disgusting. No? Nothing? Mabel got your tongue? I hear that's a problem these days. Alrighty then. Well, I do appreciate all you guys coming by. I gotta go do some stuff, right? Blah. But I was thinking about flipping some things and coming on maybe later or later this evening or maybe tomorrow morning. I'll try to keep an eye on a time that's good where, you know, a bunch of other people aren't on, if that works. It is speculation, it's speculation theory, and it's questions. You know what I mean? Absolutely. But I have to, I mean, they literally asked the same question. They asked the same exact question that Marshmallow asked that got deleted in Truth. Just saying. Whether it was to appear that way or not, I mean, that's what happened. Oh, it's of Truth today? That's cute. That's cute. I hope it's not Jay, because if so, that is some fuck shit. Not accusing it of being Jay whatsoever, but at least we're presenting that way, right? If we're doing the same fuck shit. It's kind of weird. Not many people out here would do that stuff. Just saying. But I do thank you all. This is definitely something for us to continue to look at. Maybe Clue can look at it too, for truth. I would like that. I'd be there for that. Oh no, you are most welcome, girl. I appreciate y'all hanging out, listening to me. My crazy voice. This has been fun, I have to say. Definitely didn't seem like 4 hours on mobile. But yeah, my phone's probably just gonna quit me at some point if I don't. Right? I know, I know. But you guys will definitely see me out on these streets. I'll be in Discord, all the stuff. I just kind of have to jump off and move around a little bit. Cool, cool. You can't be muted. Can't be muted through life. How fun would that be for you guys, right? What kind of show would that be? Anyway, I will see you all out here. You have a great Saturday. Definitely take a little break from some of this stuff. Watch some other content. Get some sunshine.